ears as well. Hello all, and good evening.
Hi. Okay, hold on. I have to point out, how dare you, sir? We were not late. We started exactly on time. How dare you?
Tick. We were watching this, so I can't express how much I'm looking forward to this. Before we do begin, though, just because it was a bit of an issue in my last couple of streams, can you hear me clearly? I'm hoping I can be heard clearly, because on this side, I sound clear.
Yeah, the goal should be for him and me to have fairly the same audio. So if you're like, I can hear Sotek really well, but Andy sounds kind of quiet, please say something about that.
Excellent. It looks like we're good to begin. So today we are going to be watching a whole heap load of Warhammer trailers, particularly Total War Warhammer trailers, obviously. We are not just going to be doing the Total War Warhammer III ones, but we are also going to be diving deep into a bunch from 1 and 2 as well. Indeed, if we have enough time, we're going to be going through pretty much all of them. But us being us, we are not going to be able to resist from dropping comments, discussing things that we have spotted from these things we like. Let's be honest, it's not going to be much of a things we don't like night tonight. It's going to be much more about, holy shit, how cool is this shit? So let's settle on down and get ourselves ready.
Yeah, so like Andy said, we're going to be just kind of hopping throughout the trailers. We're going to start very simply with the base Warhammer 3 one, just to kind of give us all a grounding point. And then we're going to go back in time, and we're going to go start from the beginning. So it's going to be super fun. We're going to be chatting about what we think about all of the trailers and sharing little fun anecdotes about little maybe hidden nuggets in them, or just maybe what we were doing when we initially saw them. I've got a couple of funny ones already in my head. But we'll go from there. But first, there's already like a stupid amount of super chat crap coming in, so we're going to get caught up on those real quick, and then we will dive into Warhammer 3.
Totally. And just so you get an idea, obviously, there's going to be people throwing super chats. Thank you very much. Every single last one's enormously appreciated. If we do, we're going to run through them relatively quickly. If there is a lore point that we want to discuss, we might throw it out. But the aim tonight is for us to definitely get stuck in on those trailers.
Yes, we're going to quite literally just fly through these really fast.
Indeed.
Hammond, if the Prince and Emperor was born in Cologne, would he be Coloris France? Ugh.
Hey,
sure. Why not? Why not? Hammond, what's Tamarkan's favorite U.S. President? Ronald Reagan. Reagan.
Tamarkan will rise!
Oh,
or
my
Regen.
Lord. Is it about my son? Gunnar son. Aaron Streaver watching this while playing Total War 3. Hey, man, that's the dream.
Best way to do it.
Cobalt, hello, Andy and Sotek. Hope you have a nice day. Well, thank you. We hope you're having a great day. Appreciate it.
We hope you're having a marvelous day at your end as well, because we're about to get stuck in the trailer, so could it possibly be better? I think not.
Sion, good to see you, my dude. Would Andy ever consider doing a live stream or let's play of Warhammer Mark of Chaos at some point?
Ooh, that's going back a bit.
I'm sure he could probably do that at some point in the distant future. Especially because GOG made it where it actually works on modern PCs.
Yeah, I played Mark of Chaos all the way through for a couple of reasons. Not just because I wanted to play the game, but because I wanted to extract every single last location that was mentioned in it and put it onto my master map. So to say I played that game extensively would be completely understating how much I played it.
It's a fun game.
It's all right.
It's got a fun storyline. The green skin dark elf storyline will always live rent free in my head because the ending is so funny to me. But it's a good time. It also, there's actually quite a few references to it in Total War Warhammer in the loading screens. There are various quotes from some of the characters. Hammond, what is Pirate Andy called Landlubber Andy? The law of the land.
OMG. Hammond, you're in top form this evening.
Yeah, the Andy multiverse is expanding. We all know Crimlo did an amazing job directing all of these trailers, but who is the new narrator as of Chorf's, and why is she Crimlo's sister? Get out. Just leave. I don't want you here.
Harsh.
Crimlo's sister.
I mean, it started off bad, but it's getting worse.
Yeah, we'll talk about that actually when we get into trailers. We'll talk about that. Maybe not this stream, but maybe in a future one. But I think me and him could come up with some theories about who the unnamed female narrator is. Sephifer, technically you aren't going back in time because Warhammer 3 takes place first. Oh, okay.
You know what? That's fair. And there was a certain amount of that sitting at the back of my head when we were discussing what order we were going to play them in.
He's technically correct. Which
Yeah,
we all know is the best kind of correct.
Especially on this channel.
Yeah, Jacob Broderman, people talk about Morathi having sex with lots of demons, ogres, and other stuff.
Wow.
Is there an actual canon source for this, or is this lame 1d4 meme? So, Morathi is very promiscuous. Many elves are. There are direct stories about, like, Morathi going to a big old, like, a giant horde of the Hung, and her and a bunch of, like, sorceresses perform this, like, amazing ceremony, and it's very heavily implied that there's a lot of, like, crazy debauchery and other stuff that happens. So does she get around a lot? Yes. But is she sleeping with, like, ogres and everything that she can find? Probably not. She's probably fairly discerning in her taste. But she uses it as a manipulation technique and a weapon, not just for her own pleasure. But she also does it for her own pleasure. But she's conniving. She's Morathi. She's like one of the biggest schemers in the setting. I don't know if Andy wants to add anything onto that.
I'm not going to add anything because I want to watch trailers.
Okay, very well. And last one, and then we're going to hop straight to the next trailer, or the first trailer. Arantiel, I found a few of the Game 1 trailers have aged fine, especially the Dwarf trailer with Thorgrim. Still good to this day. Yep, well, we'll be taking a look at that.
We'll be taking a look at that bad boy.
Further ado,
let's get cracking!
Let's get cracking. And this one I think is so perfect to start with because we have Andy with us. So let's get into it. Here we go. And we're just going to let it play through. And then we'll talk about it. And if we want to go back through any parts of it, we can. Oh, wait, this is the wrong trailer.
You've grabbed Immortal. You've not grabbed the first trailer.
No, okay, whatever, hold on.
Also, but it's a good one. That's what I've seen before.
Yeah, it's a good one. We'll come back to it. Don't worry. By the way, thank you to Hammond for slapping all these together for us in a really easy to view playlist. It makes this much easier. If I can find the damn thing, there it is.
There it is, the announced trailer. Here we go.
Okay, there we go. So we're gonna start with this one. There we go. Here we go. And we are going to talk occasionally during it. I love this song. I wish they would release a full version.
Can you pause a second?
Yes.
Okay, just because I think this is worth saying. This entire song was written by Steve D, who's one of my co-authors on the Kislev book. So they, when they were obviously researching everything for Kislev, they grabbed everything from that book and they ported it up and over. I wrote a bunch of that. Steve D wrote a bunch of that. But this song in particular was a poem that was written for that book. And getting it ported over was just the best. When I saw this trailer come out, I was super happy. Anyway, let's get in.
I just want to point out this comment. 3 seconds in.
Took 3 seconds.
All right. And for those curious, this is a poem and also a prayer to Dawes, which is super fun. So pretty.
No door can keep it from us. And summer yet may bloom again, though ice be all upon us.
My child.
Oh, Boris's voice. Oh.
There is so much to tell you that I have run out of time. The sacrifice I made was not enough. The dark gods still feed on our transgressions. Corruption. Obsession. Deceit. Rage. You must face these demons.
I always love that guy. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, Winged Lancers. Dum dum.
The heavy metal guitars for that theme. It's such a good theme.
It really is.
Goddamn dodgy Johan.
So I don't know about anyone else, but the sound was coming through a bit dodgy on my side. How's it on your side, Sotek?
So, well, on my side, it's probably going to sound completely normal and great and fine because I'm getting the direct audio as opposed to the StreamYard's audio.
So mine was a little bit muffled, but still, nevertheless, well, that freaking rocked. I adored this trailer when it came out. I remember discussing it with Andy Hall back in the day because... all those years ago when we were young, we were streaming for Inside the Rookery, and on the night of release, Andy Hall popped in. And he was in our stream for pretty much the entire evening discussing everything that was going to be happening for the launch that was just about to occur. That trailer obviously popped up. We loved it more than we can possibly imagine, and I've watched that one a few times. It's one of the few of all of these that we're about to watch that I've actually seen before, and I cannot express what it meant to me when I first saw it, because obviously back then I'd written the Kislev material. We completely changed Kislev in a variety of ways, and they were continuing on largely with that Kislev. And for all, when I did the illustration of the Ice Queen, she looked a bit different when I did it for Games Workshop. Nevertheless, it was still just too cool to see it. Those blood layers coming out. Oh, the bears.
One of the things I really, really love is the the violence. Like, obviously they don't use like blood and gore and stuff in the trailers to keep them like at a certain level, because just like with the game where you have to get the blood pack to add the blood into the experience. But one of the things I super duper love is that the combat feels like really visceral and stuff, but you can feel how, despite the fact that the Kislevites, they're really buff looking and they look like haggard warriors. Like, it really feels like they're getting their asses kicked by the Bloodletters, where like they're stabbing them and stuff, but the Bloodletters are just kind of like, whatever, I don't care. I'm just going to keep tearing into people. I think the trailer does such a good job of showing how horrifying the demons are, but then it also shows how epic Katarine is, where she just casually walks through the battle because she's like, whatever. If a demon tries to attack me, I'll just.
Although, would I be right in saying that, according to what I saw in that advert, do you think we're going to be getting Cathay?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I lost my shit the first time I watched this trailer. Which the first, this is actually one of the few trailers that, due to the everything that was building up around it and being the content creators and stuff, they had sent out fairly early to check out, and I watched it for the first time in my car. Because they sent it, I was like, oh, I have to watch it. So I watched it on my phone, and I hooked it up to my sound speakers, and I had really nice speakers at the time because this is before the car accident, and just cranked that shit so loud, the whole car was vibrating. I was just like, yes, just the whole time.
We were similar at this end, because I remember when it first came out, I put it on, and I was like, this is like, I went, holy shit, wait a minute, isn't that? I know those words! And it was just really exciting because it felt like something that I had worked on was being brought to life in a way that I never expected would ever occur, because I'm used to working on the role-playing side of things, and the role-playing side of things is normally always the greater depth, but it rarely comes to the fore in the way that it absolutely did here. So beyond exciting.
Yeah, and I will say one of a fair and large criticism that tends to get aimed at Total War is there's definitely a different philosophy between whoever it is that designs the music for the trailers versus the music for the games. Because to my understanding, the idea behind whoever controls the music for the games is that the music is supposed to mostly sit in the background, and not draw your attention too much, which I don't agree with, but I understand the philosophy behind it. Whereas the trailer guy just gets to cut loose and do whatever. And all.
just to cover our faces. I think that idea kicks ass and chews gum.
If we
and I'm
wanted to-
all out of gum.
we just wanted to kill our audience as quickly as possible. But the thing that's super fun is, that I love so much is that, like, if this was Total War is probably not the appropriate place for it, even though I would love more singing in the game. But like, if there was ever a role play game like Baldur's Gate 3 equivalent for Warhammer, just listening to some of the poems and famous songs get transcribed into songs is always like, oh, bliss. Oh, bliss.
Mm.
And the poem's actually longer
Agreed.
than that. If anyone ever is like a good singer and you want to make a full version, if you go get the Realms of Kislev book, there actually is a full version of the poem. It goes on for like another couple verses. But yeah, such a fucking...
So, where to next?
Where to next? Now, we go back to the beginning.
We're gonna go back in time.
Well, okay, not all the way back, because we're gonna skip the teasers.
Yeah, we don't
they're
need teasers.
Good trailers, but we're here for the meat.
Yeah.
So, we're going to go back to the very, very first trailer that was officially released for Total War Warhammer, not the ones that had little samples. And I am aware that the sound is a little odd. I don't think there's anything I could do about it on this end, because it's the issue of StreamYard's trying to port it. I'm going to maybe try turning it down a mind a little bit, and maybe StreamYards will have less of a hard time with it.
We had it running through yesterday without any issues, so I think StreamYard should be okay. So it'll probably be a setting somewhere. But let's see see how this one goes.
Yeah, let's see if it does the same thing. And actually, hold on, let me double check one quick little thing about audio. Do I want to turn off echo cancellation? Maybe.
That'll just be on your audio because it's the audio for the stream itself. I would just
All right, we'll just run
let this one play. We'll see how it goes.
Mario, you're all adults. Pull up the trailer on your own. All right, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I remember this one so well. I'm actually quite excited to watch this again.
When Dr. Johan had a much different voice.
Yeah.
Almighty Sigma, savior of the Empire, give me strength. For though I dedicated my life to eradicating it, it feeds, it grows, devouring all. There must be a final answer to halt its advance.
Well, then you can even see the pink symbol on the front.
Uh-oh, it's about to go wrong.
The brutal, unthinking bloodlust of the greenskins, the twisted ambitions of the undead.
Those wings would work.
Though the brave dwarven kingdoms stand with us. Truly, what hope is there? Against countless horrors that cannot be named, let alone fought by mortal means. And yet all this is nothing.
Oh, the nail is growing out of his hand.
It whispers and roars in the dark. It is against us. It is unstoppable. I am unstoppable. I see it now. The beasts that will devour the world.
And Big Daddy.
There we go.
It's the first ever full big trailer.
Yeah.
Man, what a fucking trailer. Like, it does such a good job of just trying to, without really explaining anything, just like, you know, showing, not telling, of just speed explaining Warhammer. Like, okay, if no one's ever seen this setting before, how do we get them through 4 relative factions really fast?
Totally, and I think it does an absolutely fine job of it because you get to see their core character, their core details, the slightly painterly way they did all of the graphics as well, which is really nice. When you see that orc coming in for the first time, the actual face looks a little bit like it's been painted rather than looking like it's computer graphics per se, which is really nice, and it also reinforces the idea that it's images that are inside the book that he's opening as he's making his way through the tome. And yeah, I absolutely love this. Not just because it's got the advisor, a character that I've used obviously in my games over on the LAWhammer side of things, where Dodgy Johan, as he has come to be known, has popped up more than once. But because we get to see the entirety of what could be an awesome Warhammer game. And at the point when this first came out, the games up to this point had been fine.
Yeah.
They'd been all right. And we liked them often more because they were Warhammer rather than because they were good. But this was a rare merging of the Total War franchise, which by this point was already actually pretty great. It's so great, it had its own TV shows sitting out there where you could watch people move Roman troops around, recreating ancient battles. Yeah, totally. And you're left just going, what? They're doing that for Warhammer? Really? And then you see it and you're like, yeah, really? I got beyond excited about this. It was at the time for me like I was a kid in a sweet shop and everybody had left me alone in there. I was ready. This trailer completely hyped me up. I was good to go.
Yep, I was losing my absolute shit, and the things that are implied in the trailer are also so amazing and fun as well. Where it's basically communicating the idea that like this is Altdorf to you. And you have this light wizard, presumably in the light college, and like if you're sitting there and you're in your lore brain looking at the trailer, thinking that the light college, which is somewhere in Altdorf, this siege is so bad that the reverberations from the siege weapons are causing like bricks and stuff to fall in the light college. Like this is a big fucking siege, and then you just see all the orcs and the greenskins, and there's like dozens of wyverns. It's like good God, what the hell is going on out right here? And Karl Franz, like seeing their iteration of him on Deathclaw, it's like, man, that he's just the man. He's the man.
I could not express how keen I was to get my hands on this bloody game after seeing that trailer. And yeah, obviously I did pick it up because how could you not?
Yeah, and these trailers in particular, like this one and the Warhammer III one, are always super duper fun just because they're also the CGI trailers, so they kind of have that extra level of polish and cinematicness to them, where they're like, all right, we got 3 minutes to tell a story, but we're gonna make it look fucking gorgeous, and it holds up like super well to this day.
It does.
Like the in-game trailers, some of them hold up really well, some of them, actually, I would say most of them hold up very well. But let's get caught up here on Super Chats real quick, and then we'll hop into our first faction trailer.
Faction trailers.
Good old Karl Franz himself. Let's see. Also, thank you, by the way, for the subs on Twitch. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh, missed that. Thank you very much.
Because those can be a little sneaky. Let's see.
Yeah,
here we go.
Sneak in, don't they?
Oh, nope. This one. Here, let me take us back to the screen so you can see us. Hey guys, is the Imperial Wheel of Magic a fixed factor of the Winds of Magic, or could other cultures view different pairs of winds opposite? It was created by it depends. It depends which version of the lore you're looking at. Some lore says it was invented by a guy in the colleges of magic, which would mean that it's just the Empire's view of it. But some are like, no, this is like the unbiased view of the Winds of Magic. But it would depend on who you ask, I think.
Yeah, totally. The Wheel of Magic has got a pretty ancient history in Warhammer. But according to which book you read, you will get a different history as to where it comes from. Let's just say that it's complicated and perhaps worthy of a stream in and of itself.
I will say that I do think, without a shadow of a doubt, I feel Grand Cathay would have a different looking wheel. If it even is in the shape of a wheel, it might actually be a little bit different because some of the winds are associated with dragons, which have cardinal directions associated with them, which is actually super interesting. For instance, Miao Ying being the North Dragon, and she's the Lord of Life, or the elemental wind of water, so she would be up top, which would be very different from the wheel we have.
Yeah, totally.
Clarth Koken, I continue to lobby for the Goblin Great Shaman Reacts version of the. If we have time at the end, we'll do it. We'll do the goof trailer at the end. Have you ever seen that, Andy?
I haven't. No.
So they brought in the voice actor for the Goblin Great Shaman and just had him just spit random nonsense over the trailer.
That sounds fun. Should we do that? I think we should do that at the end because that sounds awesome.
It'll be the last one we do. I promise. I promise it'll be the last one we do.
Okay, cool.
Inquisitor Thomas, would you still love Hammond if he was a worm? Of course not. You hated him regardless. We don't hate Hammond.
So harsh, Inquisitor Thomas.
We don't
hate
Hammond.
I mean, I'm laughing, but so harsh.
Lorebeards, why would an elf ever want to become a vampire? They already lived so long. Also, Lorebeards, elf afterlife is hellish, proper awful.
I think I can tackle this one, but not succinctly. I think the idea of vampirism over the idea of just being an elf is a little bit like saying, I want to be riddled with cancer or I just want to have a normal life. But we can get to that at a later date.
Yep. Absinto, the 11th house. Thank
you very much. Appreciate it.
Luke, no messages. Thank you
also
both.
Appreciate it.
Thank guys. I know about the audio stuff. Josh, when will all the trailer songs be released? Never by Creative Assembly. However, if you just do a very easy search on YouTube and look up like Total War Warhammer trailer music, there are a series of YouTubers who, very small content creators, really nice people, who have gone through the arduous effort of digging up all of the trailer songs and just putting them out there for people to enjoy and listen to.
There you go.
I do it frequently because the songs are badass. Rabble Rouser Orc. Quick, name your ideal death battle between two lore characters, whether or not it makes lore sense just for pure spectacle.
One each.
One each.
One each. Who are you choosing?
I'm going to go with Kroq-Gar and Grimlock versus...
No, you don't get... You just get to choose one character. I'll choose the other one.
Oh, okay,
fight. So you're going Kroq-Gar. Okay, who will I put up against Kroq-Gar? I am going to go... Oh, Kroq-Gar's a really good choice.
Yeah,
I'm going to go for Greasus Goldtooth.
Ooh, that'd be interesting. That would be very interesting.
An unexpected matchup.
Very messy. Very messy. Absento, thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate
That's awesome.
Drink whenever Andy or Sotek talk about Warhammer.
Oh,
wow, fastest ways to die. Yeah. We'll do the Goblin Great Shaman.
Yep.
Watching while building Kroot. The new
Good
Kroot
luck,
are pretty sexy. Do like the new Kroot. Elspeth, I infused this bullet with death. Oh, okay. So that is just a quick aside, just because I find it funny. I don't know if you read this in the articles, Andy, but they revealed that one of Elspeth's mechanics is that she is fusing death magic with engineering to create like new forms of like what I can only describe as war crimes.
Death engineering.
Yeah. So the idea to me of like magic infused weapons are not new as a concept, but I have never heard of Shyish being used, even though it makes sense. But like, what a horrifying concept!
That's pretty nasty. Looking forward to seeing how that manifests.
Yeah.
Right. What's next?
Trailers, my lord. Yes.
Trailers, my lord. Love it.
Tinfoil Hat, the new narrator is Lilith. How dare you steal our fun idea from us? How dare you, sir? Aaron Streaver, just turned Gelt into slag in your honor, Andy.
Thank you. I strongly agree with that. Such an action.
CB4N, Kremlo's like a jungle wind. Andy can't keep him from us. Though Sotek may complain again. Frog dudes be upon us. Guys, frogs raining from the sky is a plague. All right? Like, the Bible warned us.
Who says the Bible's right?
Frogs from the sky.
Who doesn't want frogs coming from the sky?
Absento, we all want Kabanda versus Kremlo Lord Pack, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, there you go. If you just...
Perfect.
Why
Right,
not?
so what's our next trailer?
Next, it's time for us to get our patriotism on. Inappropriate for some users. How?
Oh, it's not inappropriate for me.
All right. Anywho,
Come on, KF.
Here
Give
we
us
go.
your stuff.
Here we go. This trailer is like one of the best. It's so good.
I have no recollection of this one, so I'm quite looking forward to it.
I am Karl Franz, and I was born into this world, just like you. A world of unceasing war and endless terrors. But with a nation of men at its heart, a bastion of hope and courage. The Empire. Led by the craven, torn apart by the greedy, weakened and exposed, forever on the defense. But no longer.
Now, we unite to purge the evil that dare confront us. Follow me, and we will banish this darkness. I swear this as your emperor.
I swear.
Ready arms!
Hey, Hellblasters!
Like throwing a rocket.
Ha! Oh! Just like say, hammer, not a really good weapon to be wielding on the back of a giant griffin with its reach
You
of
just-
about
you
an
just
extra
gotta lean.
2
You
feet.
just gotta lean.
That's a really long lean.
Throw it. You just chuck it at somebody.
As a small thing, the original Hammer of Sigmar rules, the very first full set of rules that were released for it, if you threw it, it came back.
Hilarious.
Indeed.
Yeah, so the first faction trailer for Total Warhammer, fucking it still gets me. Like, it's such a well put together trailer of like, all right, especially when you're considering that the trailer is specifically designed to try and grab at historical communities, which is what Total War was used to at that point. You have a bunch of people who have only ever played historical games. They've never assuming they've never left the Total War franchise. They're used to historical games. They're going, how the hell are they going to make me care about a fantasy universe? And you start with what is essentially a historical faction. And when they're initially presented, you don't see anything fantastical. It's just a big guy with a hammer, and then it's and then like a bunch of halberdiers, which is all perfectly standard and reasonable. And then as the trailer gets longer and longer, a little more fantastical things start to show up. Oh, there's a thing that looks kind of like a tank. That's interesting. Those are weird-looking tri-barreled guns that spin. Oh, what the hell are those griffin cat monsters? oh, there's a wizard that calls a comet out of the sky. Like, it does such a good job building up. But I love the way it humanizes Karl Franz. Like, which is, I think, what you need to do with him. Like, even though he's a larger than life guy, the trailer, like the way it starts with Karl Franz quite literally saying, "I was born into this world just like you," where he's like, "I'm just a guy. Like, I'm literally just a human with a magic hammer, and I am fighting some crazy bullshit."
Yeah, he's just a human with a magic hammer, definitely just like everyone else as
totally.
Emperor. Yeah, sure. So I have seen this trailer. I'd forgotten about it because I was playing Total War back then, and I can't repeat what's just been said there enough. The build-up is what made this. It was that feeling of, here we go, we've got ourselves a step-by-step build that worked for a lot of people out there who were perhaps not used to seeing Warhammer as an actual tactical war game. But seeing that it had all of those base troops, but also the bigger things were effectively acting like cannons, were acting like different sorts of troops that they were already used to. It's just in Warhammer, they were perhaps swooping out of the sky in a slightly unexpected fashion. But in the end, they were still just a different troop type that you could use. And I think it's fair to say that they, on the first game, completely captured everything that was Warhammer, while simultaneously captured everything that was Total War in a perfect merging. So, yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I think the other moments that kind of, hey, there's some pretty good comical moments in the trailer of just like the giant, like that one guy that's like, ah, and he just gets picked up by the giant and just slammed on the ground like a broken toy. Or the wyvern eating the wizard will always make me laugh. Like,
yeah,
it's
that's
just
always
it's so goofy. But which, like, hey, I mean, if you got a wizard, there's no better way to deal with them. But I think for me also the aspect of the trailer that it really sells that I love so much is that the halberdiers, like, you have just these really basic looking soldiers who are well drilled, but they're just human beings, which has always been my favorite aspect of the Empire, is that they're just regular guys going, all right, he said ready arms, so let's ready arms. And you see what's coming at them and going, these guys are going to get smoked. But, like, they're going to fight. They're going to fight their damnedest, and it's the discipline that lets them go up against the likes of Greenskins. I'm quiet? Really? All right, well, I'll just pull my microphone a little closer to me. Let me know if that's better. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
It's a little bit better on my side.
But
Did you change your settings earlier?
No, I didn't touch anything.
Okay.
I touched literally nothing. Unless I started shouting more and it just adjusted my audio. Because I do have the audio adjustment on, so it's supposed to be balancing my shouting. But anyway, let me know if that's... it sounds much better? Okay, cool. But cool. Yeah, it's such a good trailer. Like, it really... and I know so many people that, like, this is the trailer that got them into the game. Is like, also, got to give full credit, Karl Franz's voice actor killed it.
Yep,
with that
good
speech.
job.
Like, he has the inflection of a man that you hear him speak and you're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll follow that guy. Like, I'll follow that man to hell. He sounds like he knows what he's doing. He also explains the time of the Three Emperors surprisingly well, where he's like led by the craven, pulled apart by the greedy. It's like, all right, yep, that's fair. That's
Totes.
Always on the defense. Yeah, he has summarized the Empire in about 3 sentences.
So, we ready for the next trailer? Not that I'm desperate to see more.
Yes, and yes.
More trailers for me!
I still find
dwarves. Right, so there's a I'll get to the question about the dwarves in a second, because we'll do that when we do our next super chat run.
Okay,
there's a good one there.
Yep. So we'll do this trailer, talk about this trailer, and then we'll catch up on super chats.
Yeah, because
this one always gives me goosebumps.
Oh, Grim Grudge Bearer.
I have funny anecdotes about this one as well.
Here we go. Give us my name.
Get out your axes!
Something stirs in the World's Edge Mountains.
What's coming?
Death comes to the Dwarven realms.
Fly, you fool!
Killed the goblin.
One.
In the
Well done.
centuries I have been the High King.
High
Our
King.
enemies have thought us weak. Cowards, hiding in the deepest, darkest places.
That art is so pretty.
Fools.
Fools.
Every wrong is recorded.
Every wrong.
Every slight against
Every
us.
slight.
Page after page. Etched in
Page
blood.
after page.
Clan Gunnison. Carricade Peaks. Joseph Bookman.
Oh yeah.
The Urks must pay. Let them come. One wrong put right. But the great book of grudges remains full.
Oh, that scowl at the end. He's just so mad. I'll leave it on this frame because I just love it so much. Where you just see his eye like twitching because he's just pissed. Easily my favorite trailer of the Warhammer 1 trailers, though they're all like fucking amazing. We'll get to the rest of them in a minute. But so funny anecdotes about this one. First of all, I was so like just like about this that I spent an unholy amount of time freeze framing this video to get to all of the Khazalid that was written in the Damas Quran and trying to translate it into English so I could read what was written there, hoping it had some hints. The fun thing is it is actually legible if you translate it, but it's literally just what he's talking about. Like it's just mentions of a couple grudges. There is a line about Thagaraki in there though, which is fun. Nope.
Are we okay there?
We good? We're back?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. So Sotek's audio just went loud. Okay. It just corrected itself. So anywho, but I translated all of those runes, which had nothing really super interesting, but it was an exercise at least. And just that scene where like the orcs and all of them are running towards the walls and then it just erupts into black powder.
Nice.
Just I wish we could do that in the game. I'm still waiting for CA to give us the ability to put siege weapons on the walls, but
Do you not do that yet? God.
no, you've got like towers that shoot like artillery stuff out.
Boo.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Boo.
Yeah. That being said, it's a beautiful trailer. It encapsulates everything about the dwarf so much. Where Thorgrim, once again, voice actor, perfect. This guy was super funny when I listened to him because I was like, I know that voice because he's the narrator from Dungeon Keeper 2. Which I played that game to death and back. Which I was like, oh fuck, it's what's his face? But it's crazy. It's crazy how good this is and communicates like what the dwarves are like, and also like how hard their lives are. Where like the Karazhan Core is a scary fucking place.
Yeah, I remember the first time I watched this trailer, I literally can't help myself, and you're about to see why. I looked at it and went, why the hell are the dwarfs charging those goblins? They've got giant freaking walls, all the cannons known to man, thunderers from here to the goodness knows how far away wall. And what are they doing? Charging out to get killed, the idiot.
Clearly that was the clan that built the gate and was like, no Groby is going to touch my gate.
Nevertheless,
kill him.
loved it. And when I first watched this, because I have seen this one as well, I was hooked. But I watched this again relatively recently because I was deciding how I was going to be portraying the dwarves in my game. And I was going, do I want to go with the classic Games Workshop version or do I want to go elsewhere? But I obviously went with this version, the version here. But I watched the trailer again just before I started doing the LAWhammer streams for my actual play. And it pretty much confirmed for me that, yes, this was my dwarfs. This is how they were going to be.
Yeah, it's done perfectly where, like, I love Thorgrim's anger. It's not just like crazy berserker rage. Like, you can tell it's that anger from there's just too much. And it enrages him that there's so much, like the part where he slams his fist down on the book when he's by himself in his throne room. God, I love that. That is absolutely something you would see Thorgrim doing in a story of just reading grudges, and he's getting so angry being reminded about all these grudges, and he's like, God damn it.
Good old Thorgrim, grudge bearer. I do love him. So what's our next set of super chats? Because there's a question in there that I'd quite like to get to.
Let's see. We left off. Also, thank you so much for everyone showing up tonight. There's a lot of y'all. We really appreciate it.
You all rock. And I'm really looking forward to just seeing where this all lands.
Let's see.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the videos and streams. You're both awesome. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you so much. Lycor Gaming. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Warhammer, the only fantasy world where dwarves are from Yorkshire, not Scotland. Out of curiosity, I wonder what led to that decision.
It's because dwarfs are, in the Warhammer world, very much a stereotype from England, where they are seen as those old men tinkering in their sheds, which is very much a northern stereotype. The dwarf miners, or the English miners, are again a northern stereotype. Pretty much everything that came from the Nottingham version of Games Workshop's dwarfs came from stereotypes that existed in England of miners and old men tinkering in their sheds. They are about as far removed from the stereotypes for Scotland in the UK as you can possibly imagine. Dwarfs are not Scottish in Games Workshop, nor have they ever been, although you do get the occasional, let's say, Malachi Mackayson.
There is one, and the joke is that nobody can understand what he's saying.
Because he's from the proper north, so to speak. So it has always been the case that with Games Workshop, the dwarfs have been seen and continue to be seen as northern in terms of their accents. And you'll find that when, say, Gav Thorpe writes them, or whenever anyone writes the dwarfs, you tend to find they're very much of the Eop Chuck type, except with a bunch of dwarf words mixed in instead, you watic. So yeah, good times.
Good times. Patrick Mulligan, Eternal Cancer with Resurrection versus Hell. Choices. I mean,
you say eternal.
We don't have time for this. Yeah.
I'll get to that one eventually.
Eventually. We don't have time for this. Prometheus. Hey, Andy and Sotek. Watched so many streams on Spies that kept me entertaining through tougher times. Just wanted to say thank you, except for Queek. Me too. We've got some. There's going to be a little teaser of something. SLG. I wish we had a video of Sotek reacting to the very first Total Warhammer announced in 2016. You must have been so excited. Thanks for all the content. Oh, thank you. And yeah, I don't know if that would have been appropriate to put on YouTube.
Oh my goodness, I do not want to know what you were doing when you were watching that trailer. Move on swiftly.
Yeah, but had to start a YouTube channel after that because I couldn't keep it contained any longer. The Predator Rule 75. Grimgar. Yep.
Warg!
I think we're actually about to be there. Camlo, might be a silly question, but does the Empire have a more original name like Bretonnia or Kislev, etc.? So think of the Empire like the United States of America, right? Where the United States of America is not a very interesting name, but when you break it down to the individual states, that's where the interesting names show up that actually mean things. The Empire is the exact same. The actual places, like the provinces, would be kind of the fun names, versus because it's also a collection of tribes, whereas Bretonnia is just the Bretonnia tribe took over that area. The Empire, you had a whole bunch of different tribes, so calling it one overarching thing wasn't easy.
So the answer is bluntly, no, not really.
Yeah, there you go. A new Alvini Alvinius, love Edward Elric so much. That thing at the end really went, yeah, that Arachnorok spider seems like something I can take on. Yeah. To be fair, depending on what runes he's got,
I mean, he might.
Stuff, he might.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, uphill battle, not debating that, but you know, if you've got the rune of spider slaying on your axe,
True
maybe
fact.
it won't be that bad. Big Man Sol, finally got the Lore Masters live. Love you guys, keep the lore flowing. Hey, we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So much, Big Man Sal. Thank you.
So many grudges, so little time.
Long time.
The eternal dilemma. Yep. Dr. Bloody, 3 questions here. 1, what Warhammer character has the best riz? 2, who's the best at mewing? And 3, who's got the best yacht? I'm old. I only know one of these.
I'm so old. Look, I've got gray in my beard. Let's just say Marathi. There we go. That'll do.
I'm gonna say Nakari. He has Arch Tempter in the name. I'm going on Team Nakari.
Nice. Marathi and Nakari, good combo.
Oh, good catch on this, Andy.
Hey!
Gnome Captain Hammond. Franz is out in the front line while Grudgebear is in his mom's basement getting angry at his diary. Chore superiority confirmed. Here's the thing. Thorgrim Grudgebear, well, Carl Franz, you'll notice, was conspicuously absent when the orcs actually hit the front line.
Yeah.
He had to go get Deathclaw. But, you know, for Thorgrim, Thorgrim does what a king should do, which is oversee the battlefield, be giving orders and directives, and using his tactical superiority to minimize the amount of lives lost. That's why he's High King. Also, he's got walls. Might as well use them. Yeti 13. Still go back.
Sorry, pardon me. Just catching that one because I was like, what?
Modern slang. Yeti 13. Still go back and watch Sotek's reaction to the Cathay trailer when I need to pick me up. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
I'm looking forward to that one because I've only caught bits of it and that's it. So this is going to be fun.
Yep. No cannons on the wall, CA. They have wronged us. Yep,
they certainly bloody have.
It's one of the eternal things that we're always bugging them about. Who's your favorite Beastman? Who's your favorite ogre? My favorite Beastman is easily Morgar. Like it's not even a contest.
Yeah, Morgar's an obvious choice. I mean, I quite like Kazrak just because I've used him in a couple of games.
Yeah, Kazrak has a very personal story, which makes him super duper fun and easy to engage with, which is great.
Hence using him in roleplay.
Also, if you ever want to sympathize with the Beastman, just know that Kazrak had a favorite puppy, like he had a favorite dog, and it literally died saving him from Boris Todbringer. If you ever want to be like, damn you, Boris, and side with the Beastman, there you go. Boris killed Kazrak's puppy.
Kazrak is John Wick.
Yeah, he's literally the John Wick of Beastmen. But favorite ogre for me, it's Greasus. Greasus has so much character. He has so much character.
Damn it! I was going to say Greasus,
but Goldfag is also.
I mean, he is. Goldfag's pretty awesome. I was going to say I'm going to stick with Greasus anyway, just because I really quite like Greasus Goldtooth. There's a lot to him. Plus, one of my bestest buds back in the day during Games Workshop. He's now the manager of Warhammer World. Got himself painted up as Greasus Goldtooth, Baz, and that always makes me happy. Whenever I see Greasus, I laugh. Oh, I'm getting past something here. Oh no, never mind. Thanks. I'm just being told I'm not getting delivered special juices. I'm very upset.
Sedge. Fangs out. The Empire is also based on the Holy Roman Empire, which has not holy or Roman, and it was barely an empire at all.
Yeah, it's very true on all counts.
Yeah, plus it's a very British version of the Holy Roman Empire.
Also true.
Bad Miracles. Another Beastman question. Think they'll ever add Moonclaw? Yes, I do think Moonclaw will eventually be added. Point. And last one, and then we're going to hop into the next trailer. Thank you both so much for all the content. Do you think there's any Warhammer faction that allow trans people? Hell yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
Make a Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay NPC like me. Yeah,
so
it would be seen as much less of a crazy thing than you would think.
Yeah, totally. So we're in a magical world as well, where the concepts of gender are not necessarily the same as they are in the real world too. So it's much more complicated. But although not necessarily outed as such, there's already been at least one trans character in my game already over on LAWhammer. And the whole concept of gender is something that I think that will not have the same issues that many perceive in the real world. So the answer to this is absolutely yes. So yeah, not an issue in the slightest.
Yep. And that's super easy to do in Warhammer.
Yeah.
So go crazy with it. And if you want to have a character that plays through that as part of their journey, make sure you have a good GM. But they can do, if you ever need help with that, feel free to DM one of us, and I'm sure we'd be happy to help. Or ask on our Discords, and we'd be happy to help.
Discords would be a good place, yeah.
Yeah, because we would be delighted. All right,
Damn straight.
on to the next one. I think it's all right, chat. It's time to get your wand.
Oh, I'm leaning in for this one.
So for the record, the goblin we'll be talking to later, this is the same voice actor.
Excellent. Let me get
right.
ready for that.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, lads. Good Azhag cameo there. Man, he's ugly.
Oh, yeah.
Almighty Grimgor Ironhide. It troubles me to trouble you. While you're thinking, but the lads are wondering who's next. What about Angrim's lot? Those ginger stunties down at the Slayer Keep.
Those ginger stunties.
It's a bit of a slog.
It's a bit of a slog.
But it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
Unis then? I bet those pretty little cities burn lovely. Or the north. Weird powers building there. Bigger and spikier than normal. Time to move, boss. Time to fight. Give the order. Yeah, the order. Say it.
Look at that axe.
It's colossal. I love the music for them.
Oh, lads, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Yeah, lads, let's go get some orcsies. Yeah.
This trailer does such a damn good job personifying Grimgor because he doesn't talk really at all. Like he's not like with the other ones, you have the main character speaking, but Grimgor doesn't. He's not that eloquent of a speaker. Like he does have a couple of famous little speeches that he gives, but like I love how pissed he is the entire trailer. Like if you're really paying attention to what's happening and you know Grimgor, like at the opening, you could see that he's clearly massacred his way through this entire camp where it's just littered with corpses. And then when he finally kills the last orc and he's holding still, the millisecond that goblin starts talking, Grimgor gets pissed. Like his eye starts twitching. His like by the end of it, if you're watching him, he's literally vibrating. He's so irritated by this goblin, which is perfect. Like Grimgor is an angry motherfucker that just hates goblins. He hates them so much because they talk too much.
I remember watching this one, but I think I only watched it once, and I remember unlike some of the other trailers going, is that it? Because I don't know, I expected something bigger and I expected something more, but then I remember at the time playing with the orcs and going, nope, that was cool. No. That was cool. I really like that. I first time round on the first Warhammer, I quite enjoyed playing the orcs. I probably enjoyed playing the Empire the most, purely for roleplay reasons. But I quite enjoyed playing through on the orc campaigns. And seeing just the general idea of them just choosing where to conquer was kind of fun.
Yeah, it's funny. They do a good job of allowing you to see from like a greenskin perspective how they kind of view certain elements of the world, where the goblins literally just describing it's not about great conquest or resources or some noble cause. It's a goblin literally describing who would be the most fun to fight. And like, oh yeah, this one's a bit of a journey, but oh, those cities, like, oh, they burn real good. Or if we go north, shit gets weird up there. Like
they're the hardest.
Yeah, like they're the only faction that actively talk about chaos as, wouldn't it be fun to go punch those guys while everyone else is terrified of them? The Greenskins are like, we can go fight them. They're dead hard. Let's go fight them.
The thing I recall liking most about that was just the nice swoop over the Badlands, just swooping down over it and going, oh yeah, because we're so used to Games Workshop really only showing stuff through the eyes of either chaos or the good guys, and other than that, you don't see it. So it was just really nice getting those swooping shots going through and seeing it from the perspective of the Greenskins. So yeah, I digged it for that alone.
Yep. And it's a brilliant trailer, really, really fun music. This was also the only trailer they did, interestingly enough, that showed off the second legendary lord for a faction. So where the Empire trailer only shows Franz, and the Dwarf trailer only shows Thorgrim, and then the Vampire trailer, which is next, only shows Manfred. This one actually has Azhag just kind of show up stealthily in a couple spots.
Yeah. Totally.
Obviously he doesn't talk, but he's there, which was very exciting at the time because we actually finally got to see him. And he, was there because there was a lot of debate about whether or not he was going to be in the game, because a lot of people were arguing at the time that, oh no, they can't do Azhag because Azhag's dead. Like Azhag's already dead by this point, because people thought the game would take place. Well, two things. A, people thought Games Workshop and Total War would give a shit about the timeline, which they obviously don't. B, well, they care, but it's flexible. And B, people thought that the game was going to start in like 2520, when in reality it starts in like 2501.
Totally.
Which is super fun. Which also, if you're someone that's out there and you're like, man, I'd love to get into the roleplay game, but all I know is Total War stuff, you could always do a campaign that takes place immediately after whatever happens in like a fun Total War campaign you play with your buddies. And all of those events can be canonical things that happened in your world, because most, if you do the enemy within, it usually starts around like 2513, 2512. So, you got options, which is fun.
Totally true. So, vampires.
Give
me vampires. I want vampires. I don't know if I've seen this trailer at all.
So this one's funny for one reason, which is that it heavily implies that London Bridge is falling down. The melody of London Bridge is falling down exists in the Warhammer universe.
Well, if that's the case, I'm bloody writing it into my game.
Yeah, purely for the creep factor, because watch how fucking scary they make this song. All right, we'll do this, and then we'll get caught up on Super Chat and stuff. So if you want us to read off your messages and stuff, now is a good time to get those goodies in. All right, you ready, Andy?
Yep, I'm ready. I'm writing a note to myself to write that into my game.
Fucking love it. This is also a
Man, I love these trailers.
You are far from home, witch hunter. Show yourself, von Carstein.
Uh-oh.
Averheim will soon fall, and the rest of your pathetic cities will follow. All those that oppose me will die and rise again as my puppets. The undead fear nothing.
Uh-oh! Oh, come on, cast fiery wings!
He doesn't know that smell!
Hiding beneath the mountain. For the dark is my realm. The grave, my throne.
You've got walls! Go behind the walls! Dwarves!
For I am the true and rightful ruler of the Empire. My brave corpses will make a fine addition to my army.
I like that one quite a lot because it did something that the previous ones didn't do with quite the same success, which is they showed actual gameplay, showing how the forces worked within their gameplay, introduced the core concept of the faction, showed how it was going to be resurrecting troops as a part of its core mechanic too, showed that magic was front and center of what it was, did lots of fun, cool, exciting things. The only thing I'm not that keen on is the fact that they have a Von Karstein who comes from Sylvania, sounding like he comes from Reichland.
Yeah, so they did
That's the only issue.
Some interesting things where you could tell there was a meeting where someone was like, so for Sylvania, do we do like the Dracula accent, or do we just make them like, because he does speak like old English essentially, like he uses different language to be like, oh, he's from like an older time, but it's like but you can tell there was clearly a meeting where they had to sit down and talk about this, and someone was like, I don't think we could sell the Swedia accent.
They could totally have sold that. I am the Count. I will count the undead. 1 little vampire. 2 little vampires. Okay, perhaps not quite so ridiculous.
Yeah,
but,
so Vlad, I think canonical or in the game, Vlad is the only one with like an actual Sylvanian accent.
Interesting. So he does have one.
Yes, he does.
That's fascinating, given that Vlad and Manfred almost certainly wandered around for ages and would have the same accent. I love it.
You don't want to be like Dad.
Screw you, Dad. I'm nothing like you. I love it. So, but beyond that, I really liked that trailer because it showed you the core concepts of everything going on. Plus, it showed clear gameplay. The Orc one showed bits of gameplay sewn all the way through it. But this is the first one where I actually felt like I understood parts of how the game itself was going to be manipulated by the faction that you were playing. So, yeah, really enjoyed that.
You can tell it's the closest one to release, where like each trailer shows a little bit more gameplay, where it's like, oh, Franz is just kind of a very cinematic battle, but doesn't really show anything. The Dwarf one kind of shows off a little bit of like siege stuff and more like numbers. And then with the greenskins, you get to see the campaign map for the first time.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Like how moving across campaign map and what that looks like. And then this one, of course, ends with like a lot of fair gameplay. Though I will, I forgot to mention in the greenskin one. I love in the greenskin trailer, you see them using Doom Divers against like stone walls, which is just the funniest concept of just goblins endlessly splatting, doing nothing. But they're like, keep firing, it'll work eventually.
We'll do it. We'll get through that wall. Sure you will, little goblin. Sure you will.
Yeah,
I'll get through it, boss. Don't you worry. I'm flying down.
Yeah, this trailer is super fun. I love the horror element to it. They do a good job making it just feel like a horror movie with the witch hunter running through Sylvania and runs into the banshee that was kind of implied to be singing before they find her.
Yeah, you did get that
it's-
feeling. It reminded me a little as well of the trailer for Mark of Chaos, if you saw that one with the going through the forest, but with the Priest of Sigmar instead, and then
Yeah.
getting ambushed. So there was certainly similar elements being pulled upon there. But yeah, no, that was good. Like that.
It's fun. It does a good job. Like you get to see Averheim, and it's like, wow, that city looks ridiculously huge. Which of course, the sieges we got in Warhammer 1 were really tiny, and then Warhammer 3 they're much larger now. Very fun. I love the siege towers. The siege towers always make me laugh in this game. Where like it's the giant,
huge bony
construct.
ones.
It's wow, that was taking a while to make.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Awesome trailer. Excellent. Probably one of the best as far as just really explaining everything. Though the raise the dead thing was actually really clever on their part because they did such a good job of the trailer of making it look like the dead guys are getting up, but that's not actually what's happening. It's just the zombies standing up under them. But they did a really good job cleverly there because I remember there was actually a big debate in the community when this trailer came out of everyone arguing over whether it was the actual dead models were getting up or if it was simply that there were models coming out of the ground under them, which was a huge debate at the time. Like it was genuine, like people just arguing in forums and stuff about
we do love to argue.
So that was super duper fun. But all right, we've got vampires out of the way. So next up is we're gonna skip the ones that are just kind of like, oh, the old world, oh, like ones that are basically just reiterating the information before. They were like
stuff that we already know. We're old hands at this. We're looking for the cool trailers where people die.
Yeah, they were basically like bonus advertisements for anyone that's curious what these are. But next up is the Warriors of Chaos.
Oh, Chaos!
Which is hilariously the most controversial trailer they ever released. And it has nothing to do with the trailer itself. So here we go. And then after this one, we'll get caught up on super chats.
Yeah.
This one's super fun. Even though Kolek is
I have no recollection of this one at all. So I'm kind of excited. Unknowable. We are unknowable. It's always the same sort of dodgy voice they use for chaos.
What? What?
You cannot understand our origins.
Let's have a chat.
The dawning realization that we are not fallen. Ascended.
Brilliant.
So this trailer, of course, lives in infamy because it was a pre-order bonus for the game, which caused a whole fucking thing.
I have no recollection of this at all, but I had the pre-order bonus.
Yeah, it was a lot of people were just like, rah, rah, rah. It was a whole fucking thing. But I love this trailer. I will never forget this trailer because I was actually going through a really hard time because I was kind of like I was in certain stages of dealing with the anxiety disorder I had developed like 2-3 years earlier. And I remember I was at my psychiatrist's office waiting. It was either like right after or right before my appointment, and the trailer came out, and I just sat on a bench outside the office and was just watching on my phone. And I watched
a delivery of juice. Pardon me.
Ooh, lovely. And oh my God, I love. Hi, Lindsay. Hi.
Everyone say hi to Lindsay.
I lost the battle buddy. I lost my absolute shit seeing this. Like, I was not expecting the Warriors of Chaos, because I wasn't in like the content creator program or anything like that at this point, so I was learning everything when y'all were learning everything. So Kolek Sun Eater being in the game was a huge surprise to me. And I love the little speech he gives, like, especially the way he ends it is such a oh bullshit, is such a iconic line of, "We are not fallen, we are ascended." That is a perfect tagline for Chaos.
Yeah, I particularly like that as well, because Chaos are obviously the ultimate bad guy of Warhammer. But because you generally, whenever you play any of the various games that aren't just the war game, you are generally playing something that's against Chaos, and Chaos are often portrayed as freaking idiots. As in, why would you even do this? The cultists are fools, or they've got terrible motivations, or they're just cackling evil bad guys, twirling their mustaches.
Have you seen those mutations?
Yeah, quite. Why would you even? But the ultimate story at the heart of it is they're right. Yeah. And that's what makes it cool. They're right, and they are indeed heading for ascension. And their ascension is pretty grim, but nevertheless a very real outcome for what they're doing. So yeah, I super love that. That was nice. Enjoyed that.
It's I think by far the shortest of the trailers, but I mean, it communicates the idea of Chaos very, very efficiently. And luckily, the Warriors of Chaos are super fun to play these days, especially Kolek Sun Eater. They were definitely kind of back in the day, but they have become far more exciting since. But yeah, it was interesting as well for them to go with Kolek. Like, I think most people would have expected them to feature Archaon as kind of the headline character.
Going to say that, like the Chaos Forces, I'm about to grow wings.
But yeah, they did a marvelous job with this trailer, even if everybody hated it because it was a pre-order. But you know, that is not
I pre-ordered, so I didn't care.
Yeah, same here. I was like, yeah, awesome, more stuff. Woohoo! Take my money.
Bring it on in. Yeah. Alrighty, let's head into our chats.
All right, so Eliza, an hour in and not till Warhammer 1's launch, I smell a second stream. You're not entirely. So
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll get through all of the trailer factions. For like in-game cinematic type things, those definitely be another stream probably. Sail the Ship, first time ever catch you guys on a live stream. As someone who didn't know anything about Warhammer until Total War series, I appreciate all the lore videos. Hey, well, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks in return, Sail the Ship.
Yeah. Figs out. The Grimgore trailers what got me into the game. Showed of the 4 of the 5 starter factions so well. The Goblin is awesome. Chosen got me hyped. Oh yeah, I do love that the Chosen that's just clearly had too many steroids and he's just raging and just screaming by himself at nothing. That's such a fun dynamic. I also love that all the Warriors of Chaos and the Chaos Warhounds around him are totally ignoring him, which implies that he does it a lot or that it happens a lot, and they're just like, whatever. Ben's having another one of those days. So, just a random aside, the imagining like taking big, scary, awful factions like orcs and greenskins or Warriors of Chaos, but imagining how in a way boring their slice of life day to day can be is really funny to me. Honestly.
I think it's actually one of the things that the war game does so poorly, and in some respects, these cinematics does nothing more than hint at, and that's that for it all to make sense, they have to work. They have to actually have a day-to-day life, and that's one of the things that I particularly appreciate the roleplay game for, because it dives deep into what they do when they're not kicking living crap out of each other, and yeah, that's why I quite enjoyed writing it.
Salter, after watching these again in the new trailer, we need more Dawi singing. Yeah, I actually badgered Andy. No, we need to talk about that in a second because
we don't need to talk about it just now.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Because there was 100 bits from Hammond asking, "What is that cool thing behind you?" That's all glossy with the red on it. So we have to talk about it.
We do have to talk about it. So when that comes up, I will bring it up. I didn't see the 100 bits. Thank you, Hammond.
I don't know where it is now because it was a little.
I'll go see if I can find it while you're going through the rest of the comments.
Cool. But yes, I actually poked Andy Hall quite a bit about trying to get more counting for plague bearers and singing for dwarves in the game. I haven't made a
counting
video
for plague bearers in particular.
Yeah, I even made a video for it on the YouTube channel, which with epidemias coming into the game, I have heard little whispers that there may be some counting coming to Total War Warhammer.
Oh, I do hope so, because that would be well cool.
Krimgelto. Let's get this straight. Parkin had the best Gat gun, and Belladonna has the most Riz by far, and Krimgelto has the greatest Warhammer jawline. I feel like Gen Z is like barking at me, and I don't understand what it's saying.
Oh, we're so old.
I'm yelling at clouds.
I can't see that comment from Hammond. I can't find it. Oh, bummer.
Which greenskin has the best? Which greenskin is the most important? I mean, the most. Honestly, it probably isn't who a lot of people think. It's probably Wurzag, to be honest. Being the prophet of Gork and Mork. Because he quite literally is a character that gives like purpose to greenskins and like tries to direct them as opposed to allowing them to just like do whatever. I would say he's probably the most important.
So biggest butt goes to Grom. Next.
All right. Lycor Gaming, for the first main legendary lord of each of the 4 factions, are both of you happy with who Crave simply chose, or would have we preferred a different main character? If so, who? No, I thought their list was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. I think out of all the choices they could have made, they made very safe, solid choices.
Yeah, which, like, for the character that's like, this is the faction, I think the safe choice is usually the smart one.
Yep.
Monsieur Manatee. Is there ever a set size corpse Tarmakon is stated he can't control, or is it just left to common sense? Like, if he liked the ogre, give him a Dread Saurian. So it presumably needs to be humanoid, seems to be kind of implied, because he seems to understand best how to control a human body. And if you put him in something else, he'd probably have to learn it all over again, which would make him vulnerable. Would probably be my explanation. But as far as like how big can it get, I don't know.
Yeah, so I think it would have to be small enough that it wouldn't just be eaten. Number one, which clearly wasn't the case for an ogre. So, you know, it could probably be pretty damn big. But beyond that, there's a strong sense that when he possessed the ogre, he became much more ogre-like. So, that being the case, taking over something like, let's say he took over a manticore, it does suggest he might become more stupid. So, that may be a mitigating factor as to the different sort of things that it can possess, in that it wouldn't want to possess anything that wasn't of higher intelligence, because it just would no longer be what it once was.
Yeah, and granted, the way Tarmakon controls things is never explicitly explained. Like, you could probably argue that all those weird little spines you can see on his art probably like connect into the nervous system or something. He's able to puppet them around. But, you know, he very much likes bodies that could be used as a warrior, because that's what he's good at. He's good at fighting. He's good at controlling a body and fighting. If he takes over something that's like a quadruped or whatever, he needs opposable thumbs. Yeah, to be able to use weapons and stuff. So I think in Tarmakon's own mind, there are limits.
Yep. Seems fair.
Let's see. While I'm answering this next one, Andy, you want to read this off while I take care of a quick thing real quick?
Surely shall. I really wish they would do more narrative campaign type stuff for each lord with cinematics in spirit of the Warhammer II Vortex map. I feel like story-driven things like that add to the immersion. And broadly, Laughing God, I completely agree. When you're playing the games, and if you're playing for, say, the 14th time on an overland campaign, the story-driven ones often are the ones that will drag you back and get you playing the game again and again in different ways. So I broadly agree, narrative campaign stuff is fun. Clearly not the only way to play and not entirely essential, but it does make a really big difference.
Yeah, and I will say I'm actually really enjoying the more recent, like, Shadow of Change and what I believe they're going to be doing, from what I understand, with Thrones of Decay, where like they're kind of just letting the characters have their own stories, and it just tells a story that makes sense for the character, as opposed to trying to force it to tie to another character. Because as we'll talk about a little bit later, there are some matchups they went with that didn't really work. So yeah. Ballet should have gone with Borat von Karstein.
So interestingly, that accent is not Sylvania. That accent is specifically and called out in the text in a few places as Ostermark. The Ostermark accent is known for being hilarious across the Empire, and mummers, as in players and actors, use the Ostermark accent to effectively make a character sound stupid and are like a bumpkin from over in the East that no one would properly understand. So, yeah, indeed. So the Eastern European Borat over-the-top style accent is largely associated with Ostermark, although obviously the people from Ostermark have a nice variety of different cultural accents, which are nowhere near as stereotypical and daft, but nevertheless, more of an Ostermark thing than a Sylvanian thing.
Which bloodline does the Sesame Street Count hail from?
He is a von Karstein.
I think he's a Necrarch. Look how haggard he looks.
No, von Karstein. Oh. Oh, he's too charming to be a Necrarch. Look at him. I mean, that man can count.
I will say he does have some very bizarre quirks from his blood kiss. His obsession with counting is a very notable weakness for him.
Yes, it is. It is a very notable weakness.
Which, funny enough, if you're ever playing Nice Dark Masters, there's like all these lists of vampire weaknesses you can give, which are super. Why
didn't I make that joke? Damn it!
We're failures.
Von Countstein.
It's a good thing we do lore because we're failures as comedians. But,
that's so good. Thank you very much, Two Cart, and also Living Legend 2.
Yeah, but there actually were rules for like different vampiric weaknesses, and one of them could be counting, where if you could get a vampire to start counting, they'll stop and like count something. Which
the classic line of the classic one of the line of salt. So you place the big huge line of salt around you, and the vampire comes up, stops, gets down his knees, and starts counting each individual grain. And you could bring that up as one of the various, let's say, downsides to you becoming a vampire. It's not all about cackling and sitting on a big huge dark shady thing or in your own black coach. It's also about being trapped by running water, counting stupid things, or of course the good old sunlight.
Yeah, they actually have some pretty hilarious weaknesses if you roll really badly. Hammond, D&D from Game of Thrones got their siege inspiration from CA. Oh, it's dark and everyone's outside the walls.
Oh, God. Don't get me started on bloody Game of Thrones.
God, the one before Chaos has way better battle footage. I mean, yeah, but like, you know, we're here more just about like the storytelling of the character trailers and stuff. We might, if we have some more time, because I mean, we're already running hard on time, guys.
Massively over.
Micro gaming. I want my catapults that throw. Oh, the orcapults. Orcapults were actual things. Like in tabletop, there were actual orcapults. And they were also used in Warhammer Online: Age of Reckoning, is where they got really famous because one of the I think it was the first big trailer for Age of Reckoning had an orcapult in the opening where the orc just dies. Because he runs into a wall and then he lands on top of a bunch of other orcs, which implies they've been doing it constantly.
I enjoyed that trailer so much. We should maybe do that trailer at some point as well because it was super fun. I really loved the Dark Elf Sorceress in that too.
Yeah, we'll have to do like a other outside of Total War games.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, orcapults are great. Necromancer Kobold, also warriors were bad. Yeah, up until into 2 to 3. Yeah, they certainly have gotten much better. Mr. Pig, have to love pint-sized Kolek.
Yeah, not unfair.
He is quite tiny.
Yeah, he is super tiny. I mean, no denying it.
Yeah, his hammer is supposed to be big enough that he punched a hole in the walls of Prague with it. And in this trailer, it's just big enough so he could squish one guy.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah.
Not ideal.
Yeah, he's definitely teeny tiny.
But he's there. That's what matters. You actually get to play him.
Gideon, imagine a Khorne Norscan very angrily
fly
fishing. I'm gonna get dinner for the tribe. Fucking fish, yeah.
Having said that, though, I've actually played games of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay that were deep down in Norse and the chaos side of the Norse, and actually contextualizing in that way makes them much more sympathetic as a group, because after all, that horrible realm of chaos is sitting just there. Those chaos gods to them are not a weird obscure thing that's an enemy within style outside threat. For them, it's their way of life, and appeasing those gods is absolutely essential to their continued survival. So yeah, super fun.
Yeah, there's also the I will always love the Tome of Corruption, really cracking open the thing on like Norsca, you know, like the Norsca tribe had their own culture and views and stuff before they got shoved north. And there's like that desperate aspect of some of the tribes trying to hold on to their ancestral history while being stuck in the shadow of chaos, which is really tragic.
Agreed.
Mr. Rick, what are you talking about? Everyone knows Warzag is the best. He's not biased at all. With his Warzag profile picture. Krilion, I kind of want to follow the life of a cornate berserker that gets bored of fighting. What does he do? Does he get depressed? Does he open a bakery? You joke, but there actually is a character like that. His name is Arbal the Undefeated.
Good old Arbal.
He is the biggest, baddest, scariest motherfucker mortal of Khorne outside of like Valkia. And he literally gets bored. He's the Undefeated. Nobody could ever beat him. And he finally got so fucking bored that he just went, you know what? Fuck this. Reality sucks. I'm packing up my shit and I'm going to the Realm of Chaos. Maybe there I can find a fight. And he pissed off to the Realm of Chaos. He came back for the
End of the world.
Yeah. Well, he came back for the Great War because he's at the Siege of Prague. Yeah. But he helps take Prague and then goes, nope, still boring. And then he goes back north.
Hikes it. Yeah.
And then he does, yes, and then he comes back for the end times where he finally dies. But yeah, so yeah, there are characters. Bullshit. Yeah, yeah. The planet defeated before Arbal did, or whatever that stupid 40K meme is. CB4N, safe choice. All the trailers had the changeling. Fair,
CB4N.
Come on though, we want Vlad to say, my wife. God, and then Isabella, like the super sexy one, being like, his accent is so sexy, and then that's what comes out of his mouth, and everyone's like,
my wife.
Still loading. Good day, gentlemen. Does a parasite serve Nurgle? All life serves Nurgle, whether it means to or not.
I'd argue that Raya would have something to say about that.
That's fair, but Chaos would certainly want you to think that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but parasites definitely. Parasitic life is definitely very much in Nurgle's wheelhouse.
But you could argue all life is parasitic in its own way.
That's true. That is very fair.
So thus you could argue all life is serving Nurgle in its own way. Chris,
hey! Just got my copy of Dark Deeds. Thanks for all the content enjoyment. Oh yeah, let's talk about that real quick. Also, Hammond, thank you.
So this is not the stream for me to go into any great depth here. So I'm merely going to say, if you would like to support your absolutely marvelous folks over here who have been making their own games at the side, you can do so. Dark Deeds is a game from Warhammer Legends, Mr. Mark Gibbons and Andy Chambers, and also a little bit of help from myself bringing it to life. Dark Deeds can be now pre-ordered right this very moment from the links that are sitting pinned at the moment, either over on YouTube or alternatively over on Twitch. Good old Hawk has just posted the links right now for both the US and the UK. Thanks, Hawk, by the way. UK stores. It is just the best for a quick, fun game full of art that you will love and recognize and full of dark, dark humor. It is so funny to play. Yeah, good time. So I'm not going to go into any depth of that because that's not what this stream's about. But I
pre-ordered my copy. Please, so if you want to be like me, make sure you pre-order your copy.
And if you want to be like me, I've also pre-ordered my copy, and hell, I get a copy for free.
Okay, I do want to clarify because some people in the YouTube chat asked for clarification here that apparently he was asking why would a parasite want to serve Nurgle, probably referring to Tarmogoyf.
Yeah. Well, for the same reason anyone would want to serve Nurgle. For the reasons are as long as my arm.
Yeah, so what I will say is that Nurgle to many is a god he is stagnation, right? So he is a god that allows you to exist and to escape from a lot of the suffering of life. Because while he's a god of despair, by embracing the despair, you're no longer feeling, essentially. Which means that if you are something that lives a painful existence or a suffering existence or a hard existence, Nurgle can offer a lot of comfort. That's why I have always felt very strongly that if I got ported into the Warhammer world, I would be fucked because I would fall to Nurgle very quickly because I would have this looming entity that would be offering comfort from like fear of death or fear of pain or anxiety and all of these other things.
Entropy is scary. Yeah, totally.
That I can't control. And someone being like, I can save you from all of that. Like, yeah, sure, you're going to be an ugly, horrible thing, but you're going to feel wonderful. You're going to be filled with mirth. It would be hard for me to say no to that.
Yeah, Nurgle is a far more...
he's sinister.
Yeah, he's far more tempting than many realize.
Yeah, like a lot of people get caught up on how ugly all the stuff looks, but it's like it's about how it how it feels. But if you're asking about how Tamarkan became what he is, you have to remember Tamarkan did not start as a parasite. He started as a man. Tamarkan was a baby that was given to Nurgle as part of the whole thing with the Great Kurgan. Each of the Dark Gods was given a son, and Tamarkan went to Nurgle, and over a long period of time, he mutated into that maggot thing.
Right, how are we doing? We're not quite there yet.
Off to the next trailer. Is the Von Karnstein name based on the rather pervy 1970s hammer horror, the Von Karnstein trilogy?
Yeah, there, but it's older than that. The 1970s one also has an older legacy. It goes all the way back to the 1800s. So, cut a long story short, kind of yes, but deeper.
Yep. All right. Next up is the Beastmen.
Oh, excellent. Oh, I remember when they came out. It was great.
Yep. So we're gonna go to here, and everybody.
I must have seen this trailer.
Here we go.
Find out.
This one was fun. It was quite different than the ones that came before.
Sega.
Oh, Sega. Hi, Sega. Okay, less cool opening. Yeah.
Yeah, they dropped the artistic drawing openings.
Shame. They were cool.
They were.
It is quicker, though. Dead. Dead. Die. Tea time!
He's a big boy.
Tinned food. Ah. Or don't.
I do love the anticipation they build up of seeing Kazrak's face.
What I don't like is the way they make all bad guys sound like lions and big cats. They've got that same undercurrent roar just are sitting there.
There's a mean cow roar coming in a second. The horses know. The horses know.
They do. Yeah! For her! Uh-oh! Dark tongue. Nice. That's a big horn.
That is. That's a beautiful scene. So,
Call of the Beastmen.
This one is really interesting because initially I was kind of on the trailer at the beginning, but when you finally get to Kazrak talking, the fact that they actually use Dark Tongue, like none of the Beastmen speak English. They could have easily gotten away with having them speak English.
Yeah, easily. I mean, they did it with the orcs, and orcs don't actually speak English.
Yeah. But it's like, it's great where you have, but it's like the dwarves, you know, they speak Khazalid in game, but they don't speak it all the time. They only just throw in Khazalid words. Whereas the Beastmen purely do dark tongue or beast tongue more accurately. And the fact that they do such a good job of Kazrak doesn't get a lot of lines, though he gets enough. But you can tell he fucking hates the guy because he's playing with him, this captain type character. But the fact that he calls him a trespasser, I love that.
Yeah, me too.
I love that so much.
I have very little recollection of this. Now, I don't think I've ever seen this trailer before, but I do remember playing with the Beastmen. And as I recall, all the way back there in the first one, their unique map was all over the Drakvald forest in Middenland.
Yeah.
So seeing them in the Middenland colors just brings a smile to my face. I'm like, someone's got a little bit of detail correct there. We've got our Middenlanders facing off against our Beastmen. Love it. As I said, I have a bit of an issue where every single last one of the purely bad guy factions appear to be presented in the same way for their voices, and that is incredibly deep and as they sort of roar and get mixed up with a lion roar. And it would have been nice if somebody had just sat down with a soundscape and gone, okay, so for Beastmen, we want them to definitely have more of a bovine feel or more of a slightly different rumble that sits in the background. For Chaos, we'll go for something that's far more twisting with lots of voices and different and strange. And then maybe for the Orcs, they're the ones who get the pure, deep-throated roar because they're the pure force of nature. But having said that, though, still pretty goddamn freaking cool.
Yeah, this is also, in my opinion, hilariously the trailer that suffers the most from the PG-13 or just the PG aspect, where it's like he's clearly beheading people and putting their heads on sticks, but they're like, okay, you can't show the heads though. So just the idea that he's collecting people's helmets.
Yeah,
it comes more off like a spoon collection instead of tributes to the dark god.
Yeah, there's always been a little bit of an issue with this sort of thing with Games Workshop, where in the text, if you're basically just writing it in black and white text, you can say quite a lot more than you can if you're trying to depict it with a picture, or whether you're trying to show it a little bit more, let's say less PG-13. But having said that, though, even when it comes to the text itself, you have to be careful. Games Workshop, after all, are a large company that are trading internationally. And anyone that's working on one of their licenses, which Total War is, I've dealt directly with Games Workshop and their licensing department, and I've had several things where they've said to me, yeah, you probably don't want to do that, because it's this determined to be too mature or too, let's say, pushing the boundaries past what they're happy with. Having said that, though, some of the stuff that I got in was truly disgusting and truly horrible. It's just there are certain red lines that they don't like to cross. One of those is quite clearly here. We're not going to be showing blood, very possibly because they were trying to ensure that they got into the Chinese audience as well. You've got to remember, for the Chinese audience, there's a host of things you literally can't depict. Blood is way up there, as is human skulls and similar. They've got to be careful with how they present those things. So yeah, fascinating.
Yeah, it's always like, I kind of wish sometimes Warhammer would just embrace itself as far as like what's that show, the D&D show on Amazon that came out, that's
Critical Role.
Yeah,
Role one. Yeah.
The animated show. I love how
that worked for them too.
Yeah, it's like so adult. Like it's very open about sex and like gross things and blood and all that. It's like that's really what Warhammer should be.
Okay, so I just as a small aside, I absolutely adore what Matt has built over with Critical Role. Last time he was over here, I met him here in Edinburgh, and we went out and we went to museums and we had some fun. But I've done some work for them in the past, and they're just brilliant. And they're the nicest people in the known universe. But yes, you're right, they kind of get it. And Warhammer is something that is exceedingly mature, but is almost afraid of itself, and never is that more clear than when it comes to the pure blood and gut nastiness of something like Beastmen and Khorne, or the, let's just say, maturity of something like Slanesh, the Dark Elves, or just the Elves in general. Don't think that the other Elves aren't super mature as well. It's just that they're often portrayed in only one particular way.
Yeah, Vox Machina, thank you.
Yeah, Vox Machina, yeah, totally. So Legends of Vox Machina. So yeah, love it. So what's next?
Trailer. It also does a great job showing how Beastmen attack, like the whole thing where there's like a camp and it gets ambushed. They didn't need to include it, but I love the detail that the horses knew the Beastmen were coming. Like they picked up their scent on the wind or whatever. The humans are like, what's going on?
Yeah, totally.
So now
it's just great.
we get to watch the hilarious inverse of the Beastmen being like, haha, look at us, we're so good at ambushing, we ambush those humans. And then we get to see what happens when the ambushers get ambushed.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
So, on to the Azre.
Ooh,
This one's fun.
Sega.
Sega. I love the Wood Elves.
Lauren is so pretty.
Burn it down! Bring me some Beastmen! Morgur, where are you?
The deep wood stirs. The chill winds of winter are past.
I do love
And
the
the
Mages.
season of war
Doing it again.
is
Everyone.
here.
England. Oh,
Azre are hunters. And the forest is our home. Woe betide those foolish enough to threaten it.
yeah. Bit Lord of the Rings, but yeah.
Sacrifices. But we are ready. He is ready.
The drum.
Wild hunt begins.
Right, so I loved it, but I'm going to put a pretty big but on this. Seriously, they need someone to sit down and say, you know, all of Warhammer is not Southern England. Do they really need to give them all the same accent? Basically, he could be Karl Franz. And also, they appear to have gone down the route of the way to make someone sound more sinister and more impressive is just to deepen their voice. No, sometimes...
It takes them about until Warhammer II to break out of that.
Holy crap sticks. Basically, all the elves sound like they're from Reichland as well, so they can join the undead for coming from Reichland. Everybody comes from Reichland. The old world is Reichland.
It's almost like Horsham is in southern England.
It's almost like that, isn't it?
The immediate vicinity.
If we compare that with, say, for example, Vermintide, where we got ourselves lovely Ashra who came in from Vermintide, and she had this lovely lilting Irish accent that was used all the way through.
Canonical Wood Elf accent to me.
Indeed.
Is Carillion.
And so for me, Carillion, with her lilting accent coming from there, and then maybe mixing up with the Aeonir from the north, having maybe more a Scottish accent. So splitting those makes sense. Thinking about what accents are in the Warhammer world is super, super important. They have not done that here. They've made everybody Southern English.
Yeah,
but
so
nevertheless, it's still pretty awesome.
Funny you mention it. It is the same voice actor as Karl Franz.
It is not. There you go.
Yeah,
God damn it.
In the earlier days for Total Warhammer, the budget was like way smaller for early
understandable.
Warhammer. And so one of the things that they did was that obviously you shared voice actors for a lot of things. Whereas now in like Warhammer 3 and later, most of the time they require like a voice actor is brought in for one character and that's it. You only get to voice the one legendary lord and you're done. You don't get to do anybody else to try and make it more unique.
If it had been me, I would have done a different accent for each and I would have enjoyed myself too. But yeah, I will say one other thing as well. I kind of don't like this Orion. I don't think he looks very elven. He looks rather chonky human with swooping back ears.
Well,
yeah,
so
it's
Total War falls super victim to, and I understand why they did it. It's so much easier to use what they've already created and all this other stuff, but they fall super victim to the elves are humans with pointy ears instead of being the really alien, like Vermintide look. Once again, Vermintide fucking nailed it.
I've worked with the Vermintide people on a couple of things, and I cannot express how much they're all fans. Indeed, the people that I used to work with in the licensing department, they now work over with Vermintide people. And cut a long story short, I adore them. And in this case, I just feel like this has been created by someone who has been asked to build elves, but not Warhammer elves, just elves. And that's what they look like to me. They just look like elves that have been created by people who don't necessarily understand it, where those who are lore boffins in the background look on going, but, and this is definitely going to be the case when we move to someone like Marathi, where I'm going to go, nope, she's human with swoopy pointy ears. That's not my Marathi.
Yeah. Especially, it's very, very unfortunate that Orion in particular ended up looking very much like Mel Gibson. But which is what the community calls him, is Mel Gibson.
With the Giga Chad jawline. Yeah, thanks, Witch King. Completely agree with you there. Nevertheless, putting that all aside, really like everything else about it. I love the idea of the Beastmen being used as the core bad guys. Makes sense. Admittedly, having all of the birds flapping in, screeching off at the top of their heads, and the Beastmen doing this. There's definitely nothing coming, lads. We'll be fine.
The wind was blowing really hard that day. It was carrying the sound off.
Oh, man, ridiculous. Having said that, though, everything about the concept of it was nice. What it feels like is it was an ad that was well written, but not necessarily well executed with the assets that they had.
Yeah, and it's very brief. I felt the Kazrak one did a better job. Like, for the Kazrak and this one are very similar in vein of that they're both kind of these DLC trailers. The Kazrak one felt better to me, but because it was more focused on him, and you got some like unique language and some very kind of personal moments with them. With this one, it kind of just speed runs Orion being created, and it's a very neutered version of what making Orion is. If you actually read the novels about what goes into making a new Orion, it's fucking horrific.
Absolutely horrific.
Yeah, being turned into Orion sucks. It is.
And what Orion has become as well kind of
is
sucks.
Like super gory body horror shit.
Yeah. Just to bring up this little one, hey Andy, I'd like to see your Marathi. I actually posted that over in my Discord at some point because I've done a few images of her at various points.
Andy's version of show feed is show Warhammer.
Yeah, totally.
Show me your elves, Andy.
I have done a few pictures of Marathi down through the years, and I'm not necessarily saying they're that great, but I used the one from Total War as the basis, and I just elfed her up. So I've elfed up Marathi. That sounds rude, but regardless, let's move on to the next trailer.
That needs to be a piece of merch. Is like a Total War elf next to a Vermintide elf, and it being like, draw me like one of your elves, Andy. like before and after.
Totally.
All right. So next we have one of two CGI trailers they put out for a DLC. This one being for Norsca. So it's very short. Very expensive.
Oh, good start, though.
The monsters that you fear the most. We chase the nightmares that haunt your cowardly dreams. The deadlier the prey, the more we exalt in the hunt, the more we honor our gods. This harsh land breeds the savage, and we revel in it. The old world calls. Ripe for our taking.
Oh, yeah.
Monsters. And we became them.
Fucking yeah.
That trailer is the textbook definition of short and sweet.
Yeah, and that's freaking awesome. But again, where exactly is that accent? He does not sound like he comes from a Scandinavian place in the slightest.
It's so funny being an American listening to all these, because as an American, your brain just goes, "Yeah, that checks out." Vaguely British, yeah, that checks out.
Like that is one of the most, from my side, ridiculous Norscan accents I have heard in my many years. I listen to that and think, I could have voice acted that better. Not better, as in I would have been a better voice actor. Yeah, no, I'm not a voice actor. But I would have had an accent that was better, and my various attempts at Norscan accents
Well, it's like
are terrible.
Yeah, the ironic thing is that he's directed to talk like that. Like, if they had been like, "Hey, we want you to put on more of an accent," I have no doubt this voice actor could have.
But like, next comment. Scandinavians speak good English, so this checks out. Spot on. They've been educated on good old Norscan TV up to the north. They've all got a slight American twang with their perfectly enunciated English. I completely agree. Where's
my
excellent
Swedish chef accent?
I mean, we don't need to go full bork, but I think it's fair to say that this does not sound like someone who has come from, say, Norway or Sweden or Finland, or indeed any of the potential Norscan equivalents. This sounds like someone who has come from the south of England, just putting on a deep and throaty accent. I am a bad guy. You can tell I talk deeply, as all bad guys do.
Yeah, and what's interesting, there are people that point out, he does sound a little different in game, but a lot of the characters do. Most of the characters sound a little different in game than they do from their trailers.
Interesting.
But just because like they get to talk more calmly, I think, and like less grandiose sounding. So I don't know, for some reason it makes them sound different. But I love the person that says as a Swede, I'm so happy they did not do Scandinavian. Funny. Let's get caught up on super chats real quick. But yeah, Norsca, it's great. It communicates the idea simple. Also, they have one of the best taglines of "We fought monsters and we became them." That's a great tagline.
I like that. It's good.
It's a fucking kick-ass tagline.
It's really nice as well for Norsca. That's pretty.
Yeah, it does a good job of playing them off as we're not like horrible, evil people. We are surviving in the harshest environment on Earth, and this is what we must.
We are what Sigmar made us because he drove us up here.
But Mora, thanks for all the amazing streams / video madlings. If you both were to create the remaining 3 siblings from Mr. Maggot, what would they be?
That's a big question.
Yeah, a hard question too. I would run very hard with the idea of what because the thing that I love about Tarmakon is that he's this insanely mutated entity that has to do all these kind of weird things to survive. I would want to do something similar for the other 3, but obviously change it to fit that guy a little better. I would want them to be insanely mutated to make them very unique. Because like we have a lot of kind of the standard pretty boy, pretty girl characters for some of the gods. For Tarmakon's brothers, I'd want to get weird with it. But the tricky part, I will say, the hardest part would be making sure that they are on par with Tarmakon. So like the same strength level. So like to make them equivalent to Tarmakon as an ogre body with a toad dragon would definitely require some like heavy doing and thinking, I would say.
Agreed. So I can't answer this because you'd want to do it properly. And if I just pulled some shit out of the air, it would be that. It wouldn't be very good without any real consideration. And you'd really want to do it right because you would be looking to create 3 characters that were as interesting, as fascinating, and as deep as Tamarkan. And that is not something that's going to be spun out of the air. But loosely speaking, hold on to that because we almost certainly will be thinking about it.
Yeah, that'd be a fun thing to do at some point. So it's not going to be next week, but in the coming weeks, I'll just go ahead and say this just because I'd like to get some kind of reaction if y'all would be excited for it because there's a lot of y'all here. Me and Andy are thinking of doing a stream where we would basically just be commenting on like fan proposals, like y'all submitting kind of like your own headcanons or your own like campaign ideas or your own writings and stuff like that, and us giving like creative feedback and really delving into creating. So if y'all think that would be super cool, please let us know. Ricky Chapman, we all remember blinding a Cygor, watching it run around attacking everything. It's a great way to distract the Bray herd. Oh, and one of your personal campaigns? Yeah, that is a great way. It's also, Odyssey reference, always perfect. Stab him in the eye. Mr. Vorn, in the words of Monty Python, get on with it.
We're getting there slowly.
Why is every race in Warhammer from London?
I think that's a very good question, Hammond.
Well, we'll never know. CB4N, come on though. We all want O'Brien to go my wife, Ariel.
Oh man,
I hate how
I'm
funny
not
I
going to
find
be
that.
able to play any games of Warhammer without thinking of every character saying that now.
I hate how funny I find that because it's stupid, but I still find it
It
funny.
really is.
Cody Smith, faction with the most interesting army camps. I reckon Von Carstein camps are a sole general tent surrounded by organized stacks of unanimated zombies.
That's actually described in a couple of places in the army list where it's just this big, desolate, empty wasteland almost with black tents sporadically spread through it where the vampires are sleeping often in their coffins because, let's be honest, they're walking stereotypes. But the actual armies themselves just lie dead and unstirring unless, of course, something should creep through when they start lifting and waking up. So, yeah, super fun.
Yeah, also a really fun fact I think about army camp wise is like ogre kingdoms because they're nomadic. They usually take a lot of their stuff with them. So they are surprisingly good at setting up shop, which is something that's not often explored with them, but is something that's talked about in their lore quite a bit.
Yeah, totally.
Future stream, Andy just voices all the trailers.
You know, I would badly, but I'd enjoy myself.
yeah, he certainly would. Yeah, go watch LAWhammer if you want to just see all the accents. All the accents. Necromancer Cobalt. Well, even with all the accents being weird, at least it's better than poor old Throg. What, you don't like when the super intelligent, cleverly thinking man within a beast Throg goes, I eat my enemies? Yeah.
Oh, no.
Great. That is like
I mean,
one of the...
they're not going to nail all of them, but they will nail some.
It is one of the biggest like community pushes when they do the Norsca update is people are begging them to re-record, like use the same voice actor, just make him more intelligent.
Yeah, quite.
Cobalt, thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciated.
Clay Tonemer, since
so.
they already have Khalida, what are the chances they add Neferata? I would be willing to bet you a very obscene amount of money because I know I would win that you're going to get Neferata in Total War Warhammer before the end.
Good, because I want to play with Neferata. That kid did not come out as well as it sounded in my head.
We all do, Andy. We all do. It's fair. It's
Holy
fair
crap sticks.
Well, look at Balesler. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Grease's Goldtooth Lorebeards win.
Yeah, we can put that on the list.
That'll show up at some point on the list.
Yeah,
all right.
Certainly will.
On to the next
Give
one.
me more! Give me more!
So,
I need more trailer goodness.
Normally, I would skip this one, but I do think it has some really interesting lore dialogue, so we are going to add it. We're going to do the Blood for the Blood God trailer.
Blood for the Blood God.
The infamous Blood DLC, but the trailers they make for them are pretty fucking cool.
They say there is honor in battle.
And in South
They
London
are
voices.
fools.
It's obviously the guy they
We
have in the
fight
office.
for the Emperor, but the blood we spill serves another.
Oh, perfect.
More Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him. Beyond the world, he waits atop a throne of skulls.
Oh, the fanatic.
All blood is only borrowed. Once shed, it must return.
That trailer,
For the blood god.
like, I love that trailer from a world building perspective. Like, the animations are all beautiful and amazing and so over the top. But
Yeah.
I love his little speech about like how scared he is of Khorne. Like, he never says his name. Like, he never dares speak his name, but just being like, more guard our souls. And like, people talk about war is glorious, but he knows it's just awful, awful shit. It's great. Great.
Love that. What's next?
Next is the first DLC, which was the Grim in the Grave. The most boring ass DLC they ever released. And
Is this the one with what's his face in him?
Yeah, this is Volkmar the Grim versus Helman Gorst.
Helman Gorst. Oh, bloody hell.
Yes. Yes, here we go.
Helman Gorst.
Helman fucking Gorst.
Bloody hell. Let's hope the trailer's good.
It's pretty good. 'Cause, like, the trailer, 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 like, the
was a twin-tailed comet.
Oh!
Heralded
Georgie Johann.
Sigmar's coming.
I love this quote.
But not every celestial body is heavenly.
Good line.
When darkness falls, there are those that turn to the light.
Yeah!
And those that embrace the shadows. The faithful and the dead have been at war for centuries. Now, at its zenith, a victor must emerge.
Slow-mo. Postcard is so funny.
Oh! Nice in the blazing sun! Come on, Myrmidia! More
Do you want the Morse
engine!
engine?
Whoa, it looks cool as fuck.
Look at this
Soldiers of
Chad.
light and fearsome abominations.
Art collector,
A
eh?
host of new combatants answer the call.
Nice.
Only one can win in this ageless war.
So, this trailer has a couple of really funny things about it. So it was the first DLC for Total War Warhammer. One thing that I find very hilarious is that to try and make Volkmar look like holy, they make it where he casts banishment on himself. So he's using the banishment spell right where he's standing to make him look all like, oh,
As you do.
funny, as you do. Of course, this introduced a lot of really fun things to the game. The Warpstone Meteor map is a fucking awesome map. Also, that's just also
An enormous amount of
Warpstone.
Warpstone.
This trailer, the story they did for it, I actually like. Where it's very reminiscent of Mordheim, where it's like, a big meteor strikes and the undead and the humans are fighting over it, yada yada. But obviously, Gorst. Gorst. So this is one of the very few things where I have actually been at Creative Assembly offices and have gotten an apology in person from Rich Aldridge, who's the head of the DLC department for the entirety of the Warhammer trilogy, for doing Gorst. Because I was like, guys, Dieter Helschnet was right there. He was right fucking there. And he would have been so much better. You like, it would have been like, you would have had a badass Manticore riding Necromancer. Anyway.
Or, and I counter, you could have Helman Gorst.
Yeah. Who had, and I quote, a whole paragraph of lore.
One whole paragraph.
So this was what's interesting from a just a history of Total War perspective. What's super interesting about this is it kind of showed how little faith Games Workshop and kind of the big boys who made all the overall decisions that Creative Assembly had in Total War from the get-go, where the original Total War was very, very small and reserved in how they tried to do things. And the first DLC was already in development and essentially kind of being worked on and made before the game even released. And when Creative Assembly went to Games Workshop and said, hey, we want to make a DLC, do you have any recommendations? Games Workshop basically just pulled Sigmar's Blood, which was a small campaign that is a prequel to the End Times, and just gave it to him and said, do that. But the problem from CA's perspective was that it features Volkmar the Grim versus Manfred, and Manfred was already in the game. Mm-hmm. So they looked through the book and they were like, oh, well, there's this Helman Gorst guy and he rides on a corpse cart. So I guess he's kind of unique. So why don't we just do that? We'll just do that. Which just kind of goes to show how little investment there was and how little Games Workshop was just not involved back then. Because for just some behind the scenes stuff, nowadays Games Workshop cares a lot about what Total War is doing. Like they are,
rightly so.
Yeah,
Total
they
War
are
is at the vanguard of what Warhammer is these days. It's selling a ridiculous number of copies, even now at the tail end of its third game. At the tail end of its long run, it's still doing exceptionally well. It's still got tons of people that are playing the game frequently and buying DLC for it and being exposed to Warhammer for the first time. It is an extraordinary game for them. Right here, though, Hellman Gorst.
Yeah, you can tell that Games Workshop was like, oh, it's a dead game. Let's get what money we can out of a video game about it, but who cares?
As is often the case with the licensing department, they're looking to effectively make whatever money they can from whatever licenses are out there, but they can't be certain about which ones will be and won't be successes. And it's quite clear Total War is the success to come. At the moment, though, it's not there yet.
Yeah, that being said, I do actually like what Total War did with Hellman Gorst. They evolved him into a character I do actually enjoy, but it took a while. It took a while to get there.
It's also worth saying that just in my timeline, this is just about where I stopped playing the game. I tend to have a relatively short attention span with computer games unless I'm doing it for a reason. Like, for example, I'm pulling the mechanics apart, or if I want to dive deep and find every location that they had. I remember when the Beastmen came out, for example, I dived into the Middenland map and I checked literally every last corner of that map just to see if there's any new locations that they had added, which
that was a fun map.
Yeah, it was a fun map, which, as it turns out, they didn't really add any. They just repurposed older ones and, rather annoyingly, wrote over a couple that were already very, very largely known in certain areas, which annoyed me no end.
Well, if it makes you feel better, that map is no longer available. It's locked to Warhammer 1. It didn't get ported to Warhammer 3.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about this time is when I stopped playing that much. So from this point onwards, up until we hit Warhammer 2, where I played for a bit, it's all going to be pretty much new to me. So I'm really excited for what's next.
Yeah, so this was also, in my opinion, affectionately, the worst DLC trailer they ever made because it's literally just an ad. It's got like a teeny tiny bit of story to it, but not really. They abandoned this style pretty quick. The next one is, I believe, kind of the last time they really use this particular style. And then they make it more and more and more story heavy until we get to the Warhammer 2 DLCs, which are very story heavy.
And it's fair to say as well that when I first saw it slow down and the big name of the individual
flagellants,
screen, I couldn't help but laugh. It was stupid. It actually made me laugh. But hey,
this is the final Warhammer 1 trailer we'll be viewing today.
Okay.
The King and the Warlord.
King and Warlord, here we go.
And then we'll get caught up on Super Chats again.
Sega.
Good start.
Karak 8 Peaks.
Karak 8 Peaks.
Queen of the Silver Depths.
Queen, nice.
What riches lie beneath the mountain?
Tell me, Dodgy Johan.
What horrors?
Oh.
Few living remember its glory. But the dwarfs do not forget. A warrior king returns to take his ancestral throne from a cruel and cunning warlord, hitherto unchallenged. What fate awaits them in the darkness?
Oh no, they paused it again. Funny though. Oh, go for it. Nice. Oh.
The King and the Warlord.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, so it's still in the same kind of like
It
style
is.
as the last one, but it's so much improved because of that opening narrative. Like the
Yeah.
opening narrative does a good job of establishing it, and then they go into the goofy, these are all the units you get.
Agreed in both counts. I kind of enjoyed that. Nice to see the characters. They bounced around a little bit, but it was a bit goofy.
Oh, it's super goofy. I
Yeah.
will say, the squig always makes me laugh because all the other ones are like combat animations. Mid-fight, the squig's just like, oh,
Hey, I'm a squig and I'm here and I'm super, super happy.
yeah, it's like, I'm adorable, even though I'm horrifying. And everyone's like, yeah, fair. This was actually really funny when it got revealed because there was a fair amount of like grumbling from the grognards of the world
Look
at
at
a
that.
mobile Anvil of Doom.
Well,
Because,
what
like,
do you expect? It's Total War.
yeah, from the game, they were like, listen, for it to make sense, it has to be able to move.
Yeah, I don't think there should be an issue with that at all.
Yeah.
Primarily
I do
because
I like the Infinity Gauntlet
yeah,
Anvil
me
he's
too.
got going on.
I like that as well. Put a big smile on my face. I'm half tempted to try and translate the runes, but I shouldn't.
Yeah. That being said, if
Or-
I will say, if I were in the Warhammer world and I had a vague idea of Anvils of Doom and I saw that some fucking Rune Lord had made a mobile one on a throne, I would shit my pants.
Yeah, nope,
Oh shit.
nope.
Anyway, so that one's a really good one, but not a whole lot to add. Like I will say,
Nope,
Bellager
I'm
versus
happy with that.
Norsca was the most iconic matchup for Warhammer 1. Definitely the best versus DLC they did because it's just such a classic showdown. And those two to this day have actually they have very fun campaigns because the difficulty level is much higher than with normal campaigns because they have very strong restrictions until you take Carricate Peaks with them. But anyway, we're on to the last CG. I believe this is second to last CGI trailer, which is the main trailer for Total War Warhammer 2. After I get caught up on super chats.
Although somebody they keep on saying Bretonnia, 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 Bretonnia.
Oh yeah, sorry, Bretonnia. Where
do we have a Bretonnian video that we missed?
do?
Because if we do,
Bretonnia.
I kind of freaking love watching the good old Lady of the Lake's finest coming to war, and if we've got one of those to kick out, I'd be happy to watch it.
Yes, we do. I don't see it on the list, but I can grab it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, that one's just not on the list, so I'll just do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, this is
Bretonnia trailer.
Yeah, let's do it. Because after all, the lady wills it. No, that was terrible. The lady will. No, I'm not even going to try.
So, see, you got always
It's
warm
too
up.
late.
Ha ha ha! That'll get you.
Yeah, the lady wills it.
Yeah, there you go.
It's getting there, but yeah, you do. Oh, I'm
right.
terrible at French accents.
Okay, so
Let's
this
not
is the
even
last
try.
Warhammer 1 trailer. Then we're off to Warhammer 2. So we'll do this, then super chats.
Sounds perfect.
This one is great. This one is awesome.
I'm super glad we didn't miss it then. Give me my Bretonians. If they sound like they're from England, I'm going to cry. Nice.
It's so pretty. And nice elven ruins. Very good.
I give my body, heart, and soul to the lady whom I seek.
It's a bad French accent.
No plea
Love it.
for help shall find me wanting. No obstacle will stand before me.
Nice. She's an elf.
Yeah.
No
You can tell she
evil
looks human.
will taint the lands bequeathed unto me.
Oh.
When the clarion call is sounded, I will ride out and fight
Okay.
in the name of liege and lady. That which is sacrament, I shall preserve. That which is sublime, I will protect. That which threatens, I will destroy. For my holy wrath will know no bounds. Is all. Shiver is all. Rejoice, for we, the knights of Bretonnia, will be your shield.
Terrible accent, but I loved that.
They're aggressively French.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a really good trailer. The fact that they just go straight into the vow, the Knight's Vow, awesome.
Yep.
And fun fact is that this is actually this is the only Warhammer 1 trailer where the race leader does not give the vocals, because this is Albrecht de Bordelot, the Duke of Bordelot, as opposed to King Lewin Lanker, who doesn't say anything in the trailer. Which is an interesting decision. I'm really not sure why they decided to go that route. I don't think it's bad. It's just interesting.
Yep, agreed. Definitely not. You can tell that's an elf because she looks human, as I said during the trailer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the feet. The feet give her away. That's how you know it's
totally.
an elf. But yeah, it's the Green Knight is used exceptionally well in this trailer as well. I love that he just literally comes flying out of like the Eldritch Mist and kills a Vargeist. He's like, my job is done here. I'm out.
Particularly like as well that they've gone with Mark Gibbons' version of the Green Knight from his very first.
Oh yeah, he's gorgeous.
And just to call that out in particular, if you like Mark Gibbons' art, there is a game that Mark Gibbons was directly involved with creating, Dark Deeds, which you can pre-order right now. Can't believe I did that.
That's the special thing, is that if you're like, wow, I love the way these look, you can get a new game that has the same artist.
So yeah, quite.
Yeah,
good old Mark.
Yeah, the funny thing about Albrecht that actually gets him a lot of shit, and I still feel this way, is that so this is actually not a unique model. This is a generic model for the Bretonnian Lords. And the only thing that, so when you play in game, he wears a unique helmet. So he has a unique helm. But other than that, he was just a basic bitch guy. He just had a sword and everything. It took us fighting for years. Like, I think it took us like 3 or 4 years of just arguing, or maybe more like 2, but just arguing with Creative Assembly. I joined the content creator program around the Wood Elves DLC, but I remember arguing with them about making Albrecht more unique, because he just has a sword, but in his magic items in game, he has a trident. He wields a trident.
Totally.
And so we bitched and bitched and bitched and bitched. And finally, when they did a Bretonnia update, he got the trident. So now he wields a trident.
Superb.
So, like,
that's good.
Looks unique now. And they also named his hippogriff a unique name, so he rides Timpete. But the bad thing is he still has a generic voice actor. He does not have a unique voice actor. So if he's running around on the battlefields, or if you're in diplomacy with him, he sounds like a regular Bretonnian lord, like you're talking to any of the minor factions. So they still need to fix that. But bit by bit, that's why his nickname in the community is Albrecht de Generic.
But on then, yeah, totally get that. So that was pretty awesome. Enjoyed that.
Yep. All right. Back to our showcase here. So we're on to Warhammer 2 after quick super chat stuff.
Okay, what have we got in super chat?
Shush, trailer. Shush, you'll get your moment.
It's very keen. It wants to get going.
Yep. Let's see. We were at here we go. Never got how the Dark Elves are American. They're not. They're too skinny to be the America I know. Rude, but they're not.
I mean, that was pretty rude given the current, I
realize, listen, the Ogre Kingdoms are our true ancestors, and we're keenly aware of it. All right. Blecko made a Cathay Shadow Weaver mod. Would love to hear your thoughts on the possible lore behind them. Yeah, that would be great for that 1 week we talked about in the coming weeks. We'll do that kind of stuff. Cobalt, I don't care about their accents, but as an Icelander, I've never been able to take a lot of the Norsca names seriously. Their lore is pretty cool, though. Yeah.
Agreed.
Warhammer has a big issue, genuine issue, in my opinion, with a lot of the names can be just too over the top silly when you're dealing with like the Lizardmen, Norskins, the Bretonnians. Like, you can clearly tell that it's written from someone that doesn't speak the language. As opposed to,
even recently with the Old World, we were going through some of the French names that they chose, and they are actually terrible. And particularly where they've got themselves a woman's name for a male character. There's just mistakes redolent with, let's just stop and just say I agree.
Yeah. Wait, I haven't started my Grimgelto. That's so hard for me to say.
You just can't say Grimgelto, can you?
Novella yet.
Well, get on with it.
Yeah, you got like 2 weeks or whatever it's going to be. Who's the strongest ogre in the Ogre Kingdoms? Canonically, it's Grease's Goldtooth. He's a beast. Like,
Yeah,
even before he got the Scepter of the Titans, he's a fucking beast.
Yep.
Corpse Cart, more like Gorse Cart, am I right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're not wrong.
You're not. But do we really need to bring up Gorst again?
Yeah, CB4N. They should have apologized for Gorse to Kugoth. Yeah, though there is if you actually read the article they put out today about the rework for the Nurgle factions, there is actually a joke about Kugoth and Gorst at the bottom of it. That is essentially an apology to Kugoth about Gorst. Eric, I feel like Carrick 8 Peaks would be a great place for a strategy game or a dungeon crawler. Underground Stalingrad is how I heard it described. It would be it would be a very strong game for like a dungeon crawler or like a rogue
Warhammer Quest.
Yeah, where you kind of have like a central base and your goal is to kind of like continuously expand outwards, and you like send out groups of adventurers who may or may not die. Kind of like Darkest Dungeon or something like that.
Darkest Dungeon. It's a perfect Darkest Dungeon alike. Completely agreed.
Yeah. Carrick 8 Peaks would be very strong for that.
Perfect for that.
Fangs Out. On the subject of moving Anvil, historical Total War used to have immovable artillery. You could only move them in the setup. It was awful. Yeah, it's one of those. It's kind of one of those notorious things where people go, "Well, that's not how it is in the lore and or tabletop game or whatever." And the developer's response would always be, "Yeah, but it's not fun."
But it's just not fun. Yeah, quite.
Yeah,
I agree entirely.
Matters most is that if it's not fun, axe it. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, Total War is a game, and you can't forget that. The lore is always going to be somewhat secondary to ensuring that they've built a game that everyone really enjoys playing.
Yeah, and it should be. It should be.
I agree completely.
Yeah. Oh, geez. I seem to have forgotten to put it in.
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Hammond.
No,
that's got lost in the comment pile. Uh-oh.
Squirtle Squatty, thanks for getting me through my closing shift. It is completely flown by. You guys fucking rock. Oh, thank you. We really appreciate that. Hope you have a safe drive home.
So much, Squirtle. That's really nice.
Arantiel, you mean Outbreak the... Yeah, see.
yeah, we do.
Video reaction stream when? That's a distant possibility. That would probably be in a long time from now. And I would also have to talk to Tara to make sure he's cool with it. Mr. Pig, hey, I'm from the land of pork and corn. Being skinny isn't the default. Yeah. It's hard to be in these days. Can't forget the best names, Moobs and Dick Halfmast. Yes. Some of the default character names in Total War. But granted, like, those are fine for the good people. Like, Dick Halfmast is a random name you can get for a zombie gunnery wipe, which is hilarious. I'm fine with that. It's not like an in-universe important character. Oh, the Bretonnia trailer. Yes, thank you, Hammond. Yeah. But hey, you got literally everything else.
Yep, you did.
Hard to get everything. So, and that one's easy to find, so that's fine. All right. It's time.
Yes, we're moving up to the second game.
So this
it's only taken us 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
You know what we probably should do? We should probably take at some point a break and just have the trailer run full screen, and we can run off to the toilet and run back again.
That's a great idea. We can probably do that after this one.
That sounds like a good idea, just in case anybody's out there right now thinking, I'm enjoying this, but I don't want to pull away from my computer. We'll give you an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, totally not me. Yeah. All right. So, here we go.
Cool war at the beginning. Nice. Oh, yeah. It's a bunch of humans. I mean, elves.
Yeah. Good old Benedict Cumberbatch techless.
Bet he sounds like he's English.
You think?
Oh, I love witch elves. Hey, he's looking pretty cool.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, uncle.
This trailer is very fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah! Kill him! Sweet.
I love this part coming up. Random T-Rex!
Nice. Nice.
What? One last thing. You gotta have the one last thing clip. I'm sure it's nothing.
Oh, you tease. You big tease. Yes, yes.
We're gonna take a very brief break. For if anyone wants to like run to the bathroom, grab some food or anything real quick. I'm gonna run off to the bathroom just really fast. So I'm just gonna put the trailer back on from the beginning, and I'm just gonna run off, and we'll be right back, and then we'll talk.
Okay, see you back in a moment.
What a fun trailer! What a super fun trailer!
It certainly is.
This one is actually really interesting because, unlike any of the other trailers, there's no dialogue. It's completely silent, other than just music and sound effects, which is really awesome. It kind of just allows it to just show a visual story. What's interesting though is it was great for me as a YouTuber content creator because it kind of meant that if you had no idea what was going on, you had to go find somebody who knew what was going on so that they could tell you. Because if you were just a layman and you're going, this is cool, I don't have a fucking clue what's happening, but it looks cool, which was an interesting choice direction-wise.
Yeah, I watched that and I couldn't help put on my editor hat. I was just sitting there going, what the fuck is going on if you don't know what the fuck is going on? I mean, because no one is explaining what's going on. And yes, these elves look kind of human, but let's just not worry too much about that. these individual forces are clearly fighting each other. I know what's going down because I know Warhammer really well. But anyone coming to this for the first time isn't. Having said that, though, the visuals are so cool it'll hopefully carry you through. Who doesn't like the idea of random dinosaur? Who doesn't like the idea of tree-running witch elves and various spells being cast up and floating frog things? All of that is enough to tease and get you excited. But understand it? Yeah, no. So I suppose in many respects, that's super useful for someone like Sotek because he can step in and go,
Oh yeah.
well, I bet you wonder what's going on here. Well, let me just explain it to you.
The money was great. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I can imagine it probably was.
Yeah. So from a lore person perspective, this trailer is fucking awesome. It's got so many cool little tidbits of getting to see a representation of the creation of the vortex. Awesome, great, very cool. Probably a lot less horrible violence going on in the background than there should be, but then again, it's more of a vision, not actually seeing what's going on. Also, I will say the idea that a Carnosaur can sneak up on witch elves is fucking hilarious to me. Like something that fucking big.
No,
it's like, I guess maybe ambush predator type thing, but that is so funny. He like knocks the one over, just double feet Mario stomps.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I often have problems with the depiction of elves in the vast majority of Warhammer's various licenses, and that's that elves, as they are written, are beyond awesome. And that's the sort of thing where they should have been dancing and diving out of the way and doing things that just make you go, how the hell do they do that? They are quite literally bullshit in comparison to the other species. They're just so much better. They're faster. They can react more quickly. They've got senses that are just simply beyond what normal humans would consider to be as normal.
It was
no chance that would have happened. It would have been so much cooler if, for example, the very first shot's coming in, the elf just moves, doesn't get hit by it, the spells go up. It'd been far cooler if they'd lived, because it would have made the elves much more cooler and then got killed as they got put into pressure and the battle actually properly begins, rather than just falling into the old tropes of yet another one gets stabbed in the eye, yet another one gets eaten by a dinosaur, or whatever else it might be. Elves are actually better in the same way that most of the other species have got their advantages. Humanity's primary advantages, there's loads of them, and they have tech, and they have magic, and they have literally everything at their disposal. Elves' great advantage is that they're exceedingly elite, and sadly that wasn't shown, but it doesn't actually matter because the trailer's cool as fuck.
Yeah, I do really like the scene of how quiet it is, and then that the spearman just gets like suddenly fucking killed, and you're like, whoa, and the other spearman's like, nope, block.
Yeah.
It was cool. But yeah, it's a fun trailer. The lizardmen in it are super funny to me. There were so many memes about the skinks in this portion because they're so adorable looking, and they're just doing like the most random little shit as they're all running forward. Like
I'm a skink.
Yeah, they're adorable and super funny. I remember I was actually pretty critical of this aspect of the trailer. I did not like the Slan designs, which I still don't.
Okay, I still don't. It's okay, I'm with you entirely. Whenever I see them, they look goofy.
Yeah, I do not like this. My opinion on the Slan and Croxagores of Total War are very well known. But yeah, the Slan was an interesting directional choice. I've gotten over it. Like
I don't like the Slan, don't like the Croxagore, don't like the Elves. There's lots of things. I don't like the vampires very much either. But that doesn't mean they're not cool as fuck in their own little ways. I get that. I look at that and it's like, yeah, it's kind of no, I just don't like it in comparison to what it could be. But we all have our own head versions, and if this is your first introduction to them, this is the Slan, and there's nothing for you to worry about.
Yep, that's fair. But yeah, super duper fun trailer. It was interesting. So I don't know if Andy knows this. This trailer caused a really hilarious controversy in the wider Total War. They don't show off the fourth faction, right? So they don't show the Skaven other than the little rat at the end. Was they went so hard on this concept that in all the marketing for Warhammer II, they leaned really heavily into the Skaven aren't real. There's no such thing as Skaven. Like they leaned really hard on the meme. But the problem was a significant amount of the community had no idea about the Skaven meme. So people taking it literally that the Skaven were being confirmed as not the fourth race, which led to a whole bunch of arguments among like and like, because I was like, guys, it's obviously a Skaven at the end of the trailer. It's gonna be the Skaven. People are like, no, they said there's no Skaven. Like, it turned into this whole fucking thing for months of people arguing, like the ugly nerd kind of arguing. It's so funny in retrospect because people are like, no, it's obviously gonna be demons or it's gonna be like other faction. It was absurd.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd. So my conclusion, having reached the end of that one, is, oh hell yes, I'm ready for Warhammer 2. I don't remember watching this trailer, which is actually hilarious because I would have loved it just purely for that shot as it pans out and you see the vortex spinning away in the background over all.
Yeah,
that's just freaking awesome. Even though the scale in it is absolute bobbins, it was nevertheless cool. Just look at that, it's cool.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of art. Like, I don't know where you'd have to be sitting in Lustria to see the fucking vortex, but
it makes no sense at all, really.
If
but
you were high enough up in space, maybe with the curvature of the Earth.
but I don't care. It's cool. So
yeah, it's beautiful.
Totally happy.
Yep. So also another fun controversy about it was that they had this little opening scene right here, or maybe like just a tiny bit further back. But they had this scene just playing on repeat where you could see the jungles and like mist and stuff. And they had it running for like, I think like 48 hours in the hype to the trailer being released. And there were so many people watching that were clinging to hope that they're like, oh, it's the new Total War historical game. They're doing a new world. They're doing Aztecs or they're doing some kind of new world historical. And anyone with any Warhammer knowledge was like, oh man,
no,
bro, no.
No, bless them, but no.
Yeah, bless, but no.
It's Warhammer 2 because it makes all the money.
Yep. All right. So now we're gonna hop into the actual trailers.
I'm excited. What's first?
The first up is the Lizardmen, also known as Saving Private Skink.
Okay. Hey, Avatar.
Love their skink designs. Their skink designs are very pretty.
This is a bit better.
Does not allow for mercy.
Nice. Oh. I'll kill Be'lakor, watch out.
I love the pterodons dodging. So
that's what I was talking about the elves. Nice.
Oh, sweet boy.
Oh no. Oh, he's not dead yet.
Those Carnosaurs, man, they sneak up on you.
Surprise, Carnosaur!
I love that the ambushing Carnosaur is like a thing. Is so funny.
Oh man!
Surprise, T-Rex.
So I really loved the agility of them flying through the air, and that felt far more realistic than realistic. I mean, it's Warhammer, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it felt appropriate for that particular troop type in exactly the same way that how they depict elves isn't. They depict elves like they're humans. They kind of look human, and they act human, and they move human, which is for me a bit disappointing, but surprise Carnosaur is always going to be funny.
Yep. I will
Surprise
say,
Carnosaur!
yeah, seeing the total warification of Krokkar made me cry like a bitch the first time I saw it because I was so excited to see him. And he looks so good. He looks so good. What's interesting is that this trailer is actually the most English you'll ever hear the Lizardmen speak, because when you play the game, they always speak Saurian. It's very rare they'll have a line in English. In the Slann are the only characters that will very rarely speak English because it's implied with like the telepathy. But most of the time they all speak Saurian, which is really, really cool that they ran with the same concept as they did with the Beastmen, because it makes the Lizardmen feel really unique. But yeah, very fun trailer, shows off a lot of cool things. I love the depiction of how they do a good job with Mazdamundi's opening speech, where it's clearly not he's like, oh, we need to kill these people because they're evil or whatever. He's just like, no, the elves are meddling with something they should not have touched. Therefore, death.
Yeah, particularly again, deep voice means cool, but it was nice to see the skinks with their high pitched hissings. That was
and like Mazdamundi's got like the croak, like
totally. That's cool. It just feels a bit better than some of the Warhammer 1 trailers, for example, where it just felt like everybody is deep. Everybody is at war. Yeah, let's go.
Well, we got your favorite deep voice boy coming up here in a minute.
Oh, here we go then. Who's next?
That being said, next is a trailer that most people have not seen.
Because
it was released in a so it's a little weird to view it on PC because
Peggy.
I don't know why they did this, but the High Elves did not get a regular trailer.
Okay.
And for most of the launch, they just didn't get one. The High Elves were shown getting their asses kicked in everybody else's trailers, but they just didn't get one. Everyone was like, where the fuck is the High Elf trailer? And they finally released it right before the game came out. And most people didn't see it because it came out like right before.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, it used a gimmick, which is the gimmick was that they had figured out this cool new tech on YouTube called 360 trailers or 360 videos, where you could hold up your phone to watch the trailer, and if you spun around, you could look around during the trailer. So the problem with it was that viewing it on PC was a little janky, and that when you're watching it, like you have Tyrion and Teclis talking, and you're busy like looking at some other part of the room where they're talking, so you're not looking at them, so you're missing like all the important shit happening in the trailer.
Well, this sounds like it was very well deployed. Well, let's have a watch of this and see how
He's 16.
Good it is.
It's super fun. It's a very fun.
Okay, trailer. Liking it so far. Whoa!
So this is taking place at the Tower of the Citadel of Dusk, I believe. There's
nice.
Maker. Here he comes for Teclis. Ooh, got out in the nick of time.
Brother.
The
outpost at Dawn's light has fallen.
They're from Reichland too.
I need reinforcements to prevent the incursion. We can spare no one. While you wander the oceans, I defend Ulthuan. In your absence, we have barely held back the Druki.
Oh, the dragon fight animations are so fucking pretty.
Yeah, I'm enjoying that.
That's actually in game.
The Witch King prepares a greater invasion still.
So, like, you can kind of feel I'm supposed to be dragging the camera around. You can kind of feel it, which is weird.
Yeah.
But this does show off the campaign map and, like, all the sub-factions.
There is a threat more immediate than our fallen kin. One that gnaws on the very roots of the world.
They sound like they're from Reichland.
Yeah, they do.
They really do.
They do sound better in game, though.
Have seen. Spread their plague and multiply unchecked.
Oh, nice.
You got the elves fighting side by side with the
Swallow our
lizardmen.
pride and ally with the children of the old ones. Their knowledge and power near rivals our own.
Nice.
We do not need them as an enemy. They are far from Ulf-One. The vortex is vulnerable, and our concern should be here, defending it.
And the Lawmasters and I alone will go. Guard the gates, brother. For soon the world will arrive.
Of course, brother.
Let them come.
Oh, it's human Teclis. Ah, guard the gate, brother. Sweet. Right, so they've done that thing that they like to do when they're not sure how to create a different voice for someone. So they've gone, I know, we'll just use the human voice and pitch it up by approximately half an octave. And that's what they've done. It's just the same voices from the Empire, but about half an octave higher, brother. Oh, dear.
Welcome to Total War. Yeah.
Yeah. So my first instinct is to immediately go, fuck those accents. Yeah, the accents aren't great. I'm not saying that voice acting's bad, because again, it's not the voice actors that are at fault here. It's the lack of creativity in the direction to try and ensure that each species is distinct and really reeks of Warhammer. This just reeks of Southern England. And nevertheless, really nice to see the High Elves doing their thing. Nice to see references to a whole bunch of other stuff. I always like anything to do with the Vortex. Kind of cool, while simultaneously just feeling ever so slightly disappointed that the Elves are just humans.
Yeah, and I will say, there are aspects of the trailer I really like. Like, I do like that it does a good job of setting up for the Vortex campaign, where if you play the Vortex campaign, Quick Head Taker literally starts by destroying all the High Elves at the Fortress of Dawn. So the fact that it's like, oh, Teclis was there, and he's defended by a ring of Swordmasters, but they're just getting overwhelmed by the sheer amount of Red Guard, and then Queek himself, like, you see him, like, decapitate that one Swordmaster, and then he's going for Teclis. Cool. That's a cool scene. That's great. Yeah, it's an interesting trailer because you can feel that the cinematography is weird because it expects you to look around. So there's less like intentional, like, look at this cool thing that's happening. It's more like, look around, but it only works if you're on a phone. So
interesting. Should have, I mean, why not just have it like almost run an engine? You could have, I don't know.
Fuck if I know.
Who knows? Who knows? Hey, it was on mobile.
Like,
yay!
Yeah, this literally came out like days before the game release too. It was very weird.
That's a bit odd.
Yeah,
still fun enough.
Yeah, but yeah, it's decent. Most people haven't seen that trailer too. Fun fact. All right.
Yeah. What's next?
The last of the Elven factions.
Oh, the Dark Elves.
The Dark Elves.
Dark Elves. Will they nail the Dark Elves? Let's find out.
I do like the whole little prophecy thing where they're seeing the future.
They would brand us unworthy.
Brand us unworthy.
These usurpers.
Oh, these usurpers. We talk evil.
Although you have been burned, it only takes a cinder for a phoenix to rise.
Nice line.
Their walled citadels. So pretty to behold.
I love this tile thing getting fucked up. It is awesome. Shoot that guy.
No.
Oh, the people hanging.
Uh-oh.
This world and everything that's in it will burn.
Time to be terrified.
He's fucking terrifying in this. They do a great job.
Attack! Attack!
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. That's more like it.
And with these ashes, my son, we have our revenge.
Dude, get your hand off me, Mum.
Don't touch me.
I've only begun.
So, I will say, in my opinion, when it comes to the storytelling, I think the Dark Elves trailer is the best.
So far, it has blown the other ones away. What I particularly
at least for the Warhammer 2 trailers, yeah.
Yeah. What I particularly liked there was that I complained in the previous ones about the High Elves being a bit crap and basically humans and moving like humans. This time, when Malekith comes forward, Valerian, there's that moment of they're about to be crap and human again, and he freezes them in place before he does the thing, and that completely counteracts all of their elven bullshit. And I really liked that because that felt real. That felt like Malekith was taking advantage of what he could do and also taking away their greatest advantage. And that's that they've got initiative stupid, weapon skills stupid, and they dance around like little freaking elves being elfy. And he just froze them and murderalized them. Kind of loved it. That makes me want to play Dark Elves immediately.
It reminds me a lot of the Darth Vader scene from the end of Rogue One. Like where he just comes in and they're like, oh fuck. And they try and fight him and it's just a massacre.
Yeah, massacre, totally. And that's kind of what it feels like it should be. Again, I have slight issues with some of the voice acting because it's just it's almost cacklingly evil. But again, just right clan
good
voice.
News, there's no more silly elves after this.
Yeah, excellent. Malekith having a voice that feels like they've gone for the generic again, super deep monster voice that they seem to love to say. This person is evil.
To be fair, it's a sexy voice,
but it's a good one. Now, does it hold that my vocal cords have been burnt? I am absolutely broken inside. No, they've gone for I'm going to make him sound cool, and I kind of get that. They are after all Dark Elves, and cackling evil, nasty Dark Elves. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, he quite literally has the voice of someone that's had really bad GERD for their entire life. So like they have burnt vocal cords, but not like burnt by fire. It's burnt by acid, which gives that low like rasp. Like,
and I can go with that. I can live with it. It doesn't necessarily do what I'd like, but loved it.
Yeah, I do like the metallic echo it gets because he's speaking behind the mask. I do like that.
Yeah, the extra production on the voice to give it that sort of echoey metallic feel is lovely. Yeah.
I also, although her voice actress is fine. Like Andy said, some different direction on would have been great, but the voice actress herself kills it.
Yeah.
Marathi, I love the design they went with of her hands and feet are like permanently stained with like ash or tar or something.
Or the dark magic she's been using for millennia.
I love that design.
Yeah, it's a nice touch that I really like. I just wish she didn't look human.
Oh yeah. The face. I wish the face was different.
Man.
But the hands and the feet, I love that. It gives off that vibe where it's like most of the time you'd be like, oh, why is this woman mostly naked? But you see that and you go, something really scary about this lady, and I don't know what it is. Weird.
Which is what it should be. She is freaking ancient.
Yeah.
By this point, she is thousands upon thousands of years old. And loved it. Nice. What's next?
All right, we're gonna do one more and then we'll get caught up on super chats because next up is the race that totally isn't real.
Yay!
With your local, this trailer is once again doesn't have any dialogue, which is interesting.
Who needs it?
They sell it so well without.
I'm excited for this one. I'm really excited for this one. Here we go. For whom the bell tolls. See? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah. Also, this has the sexiest Dark Elf Dreadlord. This lady, goddamn, I love her design.
Another one.
13.
Bad luck, Lizardmen!
Yeah. So good. Ooh, catching in air.
Oh, hell yes!
Good fucking trailer.
I am 100% ready to play this fucking game now. Yeah, that would have sold me so hard if I'd seen that back in the day. Holy shitballs. Not only just because I love the Skaven, which of course I do. What I particularly liked about this is it really made the most recent Age of Sigmar trailer look stupid. And I'm going to say why. Okay, because Age of Sigmar has done nothing with them. Literally nothing. Everything in that trailer could have been here. Everything that is here has made the Age of Sigmar one really look like, what have you done with them? What have you done with the Skaven? You've been given thousands upon thousands of years worth of extra Skaven potential. What has that turned into? Oh, basically they've just copy-pasted from this over to Age of Sigmar, renamed a couple of things, added a few extra warpstone-y bits, and away they go. The Skaven, kick-ass. Absolutely marvelous creation, and it's lovely to see them actually in action doing their thing. This was lovely. Loved it. I'm sold.
Yeah.
Give me more Skaven.
They did some really clever shit with this trailer as well. Like probably the most iconic thing I think in a lot of people's minds is the concept they came up with the Hell Pit, where it rears up like some kind of horrible centipede monster. Is like, holy fuck, that's terrifying. Like it looks so slow and like it can't really move, and then when it gets going, it's like, oh my god, okay, that thing's way faster than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah,
like
that was cool.
Yeah,
it's one of. Oh, sorry, Google.
It's like, and also the scene of the Old Blood wrestling, the Rat Ogre catches both of his hands and just holds them, and the other one dives in, and then it transitions to Queek stabbing the Dreadlord in the back. Great, fucking perfect.
Yeah, totally. And I've forgotten what I was going to say, but agreed entirely. In fact, no, I remember now. What I particularly love about trailers like this, or indeed just playing the game, is you get an opportunity to see the things that you've read about in either the army lists or perhaps White Dwarf or maybe in one of the novels in action. And sometimes it gives you a surprise because you see something do something quite unlike whatever you expected from just looking at the static model. You look at the static model and you go, well, that thing looks chonky. That thing looks relatively slow. Then you see the thing rising right up and you're like, oh, that's really cool. And that's one of the reasons why for the Skaven, for example, the way they swarm forward, they die in droves, they get picked off, others are stabbing through, they're rat-like creatures. I think they nail that swarm-like feature on them. And that's why total compliments for me here. And that's what stands in comparison to, say, the Elves, where the Elves don't act like Elves, they act like humans. Or the Dwarves, which in many respects also don't really act like Dwarves. Literally every shot should be bouncing off them. They should be powering through blows that would fell the humans. They should be the ones that are taking the hits and then just pushing right through. The Beastmen, arguably the same. Beastmen, particularly when they're red, had 2 wounds, basic troops of 2 wounds. It was proper crazy all the way back at Warhammer 1. And they were kick-ass because of that. And it would have been really nice to see all of those core differences laid out for each of them. But with the Skaven, they nailed it.
Yeah, this fucking scene where the Doom Wheel, like,
look at it bouncing off the shields and twisting and turning. Yeah,
and like the Doom Wheel is like just going through, and then it goes off the ramp here, which just cracks me up. Just into the Dark Elves, just great. Yeah. And they do like it. I love how much where it feels like the Skaven individually would get absolutely obliterated by these Elves, but there's just so many of them.
And that's how it should be. The Elves should feel like this small...
and then the warp fire opens up.
Yeah. Oh, I just love it. Yeah, so it's great. So love this trailer. Love everything about it. I'm quite happy to see the Elves getting killed by these things. The Elves are, again, a touch human in terms of how they're presented, but who cares? That was a super cool trailer.
Yep. All right. We're getting caught up on...
Super Chats.
So let's see. We got... Yep. A storm comes to Ulthuan. Yes, it does. Yeah, I will say Tyrion and Teclis are definitely 2 characters that I feel like they sound much better in the game than they do in the trailers because they add more like harshness to their voice. They're not as like hoity-toity. But that's just my opinion. Loving the trailer, but the trailer audio's streamed, but the
We
trailer
know.
yep, unfortunately, it's just a limitation of what we're using. But the good news is you can go watch it and hear it in all your glorious enjoyment.
Indeed. And we'll do a bunch of experimentations behind the scenes. So when we do something like this again in future,
Yeah,
we'll
we'll see.
hopefully be able to get it super crisp. I've got a feeling because I've managed to stream individually without any issues. It could be because there's multiple of us on, or it could be some setting that we've not checked. Whatever the case is, we'll do our best to fix it.
Yep. What's wrong with Helm and Gorst? Love the show. First time with Super Chat. So in a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with Helm and Gorst.
Yeah.
The big thing is that you were dealing with a situation where he was the first character introduced as an expansion onto the Vampire Counts, and the Vampire Counts have a wealth of legacy characters who would have all been brilliant to step into that role. Whether you're looking for like a big master necromancer, you have Dieter Hellschnitt, whose big gimmick is like he's the Doom Lord of Middenheim. He's got a bunch of stories about him. He could write a Manticore, so he's very unique. Or if you wanted something like a vampire, like what was weird is he came with Vlad von Karstein as free LC, but it's like they really should have had Vlad be like the main guy, and then maybe Gorst could have been like the little bonus. But there were just so many, or they could have done Zacharias the Ever Living. They could have done a Strigoi, like, Strigoi Ghoul Kings are the Lord that comes with it. So they could have done like Vorag Bloody Tooth as the big bad. It was just, they picked a weird character because he's a very minor footnote character from a very small campaign supplement book. He's not a character that's well established in the greater lore. So he was just a very weak choice.
Basically, all of that. It would be a little bit like taking your favorite sport, assuming you have one, and being told, hey, we're about to bring all the best super characters from your favorite sport, and then going to a third division team and picking out one of the mediocre players from it and saying, here's the best player we could find, as you're then left going, wait a minute, what? And that's what it felt like when Helm and Gorst arrived.
Yeah. It was just a disappointing choice, especially in a faction that has just so many characters. The audio also messed up in the launch stream. Oh yeah, the original Warhammer 2 launch stream. Yeah, the audio had issues, which was funny. Fangs out. In my opinion, the 360 makes the High Elf trailer the worst trailer. I am inclined to agree.
Yeah,
visually,
it's hard to disagree with that.
Hammond, Darth Malekith. You can't comprehend the dark side of the Force. Why even bother? So many dudes been with my mom. Who even knows who is my father? Get out. If you're gonna steal lines from epic rap battles, get out.
He knows who his dad is. He can't escape it.
Yep. Kobo, I've been a fan of the Dark Elves for 7 years, and their Total War trailer is one of the reasons why. Yep, they're kick-ass and super awesome.
Yeah, they are
Ryan
super awesome.
Woodall, Tor Yivris will never fall. I promise I'm not a simp for High Elf Batman. Enjoying the reactions, guys. We're almost to that trailer. Hammond,
I'm looking forward to that.
Drink every time evil guys laugh.
No, I'll get pissed.
Yeah, Godzilla, gotta give Old Blood props wrestling with a rat ogre. I mean, they have the same strength stat, so it's it's a pretty even contest when it comes to just raw strength power. But yeah, fantastic. The Skaven trailer is just S tier. S tier. All right, now we are on to so this one is technically kind of a bonus one, but I do think it's a fun one to look at. It's the Mortal Empires trailer, where Dachi Johan kind of introduces what Mortal Empires is. But it does have some really cool little thematic matchups that I think are worth taking a peek at.
And this is for Warhammer 2.
Yes. So this was the announcement of Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 1 combining into a singular experience.
You might want to get the comment off. Oh,
yeah. Krim Gelto. I would have been a better choice, and no one likes me.
You know what?
You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Right. I'd have taken Krim Gelto.
Dawn of time.
The dawn of time.
Peace.
Yeah.
Even in all
The new world, home to the most ancient of rivalries. In the old world, cultures clash, and ever the threat of chaos looms. Now these collide. Wars will be fought across unimaginable distances. Now is the time of mortal empires.
Sure.
This last. On Deathclaw with Gomer Acid. Muswoody's like, go for lawn! It's like, Muswoody, you're not even on Slack, dude. What are you doing? Out of there, old man.
Oh, man.
So next up is, this one is also really fun. So Blood for the Blood God 2. So the first one is told from the perspective of an Empire guy talking about corn, which is neat. Cool. This one is from Tyrion's perspective, which is really interesting.
Okay.
So here we go.
Okay, Tyrion, Manslayer, give me your best bet.
Blood.
Best shot.
It defines us, connects us, divides us. We cannot escape it. No matter how we struggle, in the end, it is all we are. And it is to blood we must return.
Blood. Nice.
The showdown everybody loves.
You're so minced.
Oh yeah. That is. It's funny. There's so many funny books that have notes about Malekith avoiding Tyrion, which is kind of silly. Because it's like without
He's just a baby.
Without Teclis or somebody else to help a little bit at least. That is a spooky matchup.
And it's really kind of one-sided. Yeah, totally. Malekith is no walkover. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Yeah, their kill moves. Malekith's one that I love so much. He only uses the shield if he's on foot. He doesn't use the shield on any of the other mount variants, which is interesting. But the Supreme Spell Shield, he has this animation that you can kind of see, but in game it looks so good where he punches someone in the gut with the shield and they'll double over and he'll leave the shield because they're like holding it up by doubling over. And then he just casually chops their heads off. And it's like, oh, that's so good. That's such a brutal, like he's so casual about it.
Yeah, I love that.
All right. Ooh, next up is the Tomb Kings.
Okay, just to say one other thing there. I kind of don't like Tyrion's voice. I really want to. But it just sounds so human. It just sounds so human. Oh, man. Right, let's just move on from that. I'll just... Never happened.
For voice acting, you're going to love this one. I think you'll like this one a lot.
I like Tomb Kings, so let's see where it goes. Nice. That's actually cinematic.
So this trailer is amazing.
Huh.
You covet our power. You covet our wealth.
Ooh, shiny.
Don't do it!
Your empires fall while we endure. What you will find is our curse.
Uh-oh. Nice. Capet. Surprise!
Let's pass it among shades. He ain't gotten there.
Damn straight. Oh, nice.
Got him.
Our true king will show them.
Accent.
Yes.
This
Oh, fuck yes.
like the Higher Titan has a laser beam on it. What?
Doesn't that? That's fucking awesome. Okay, so I love that. That was brilliant. More of that, please. Yes, thanks. What a difference, though, between the other trailers where we've got clearly at least a basic narrative in place, and a thought to trying to be cinematic in terms of the, just in terms of all the visuals. Right at the very beginning, I mean, you could feel the mummy reeking out of it with perhaps just a nod over to
Well, so
pretty much.
it's interesting you mentioned that. So the person that got in charge of these particular trailers is like obsessed with putting movie references into the trailers.
It kind of shows. But this is by far the best so far. That was pretty freaking cool. Yeah.
The characterization is great. The accents are super fun. Like they're those really strong Egyptian accents, and they like man, the little lich priest guy that's talking, he rolls his R's like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he does. He's really dropping down into them, which was super fun. And I think in some respects, that's my problem with the other accents, is that when they get it right, you see why it matters. And when they get it wrong, you're just left going, now we've got the Empire sounding like the High Elves. They sound the same.
Yeah, for the most part, the Dark Elves and the High Elves are pretty weak overall, just in game, like voice wise. Like the Tomb King's insanely fun because they have very strong like Egyptian themed accents, and like the Lich Priests have the most horrible sounding dry throats you've ever heard in your life.
Nice.
They just sound like talking is painful to them, which is great. This is what they should sound like. And it's like for the Wood Elves, they at least have the Forest Spirits, because the Forest Spirit voice acting is phenomenal. Because they never speak English. They only speak I don't even know what I assume they based it off Eltherin. I don't know what they based it off of. But they don't speak English. They speak a fantasy tongue. In
the old game, they speak spirit.
Yeah, so I guess they're speaking spirit, but Games Workshop cooked up a lexicon from somewhere for them.
Yeah, totally.
The Tomb King trailer, like the movie references are super hype. The animations are beautiful. It tells a really fun story that's very straightforward and simple. Where it's like, oh yeah, Dark Elf Raiders pillaging a tomb, great,
doing their thing.
Can't go wrong with it. And like the Dark Elves don't come off as completely incompetent, which is great. Where you got the assassin being like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna parkour over all this shit.
Parkour.
And then, Tomb Scorpion, which fair.
Fair.
All right, so next up, and then we'll do two more because that will end us on a really, really fun one, and then we will get caught up on super chats.
Sounds good to me.
So next one is the first DLC trailer, so it's not going to be nearly as fancy, but this one, but it's still fun. So this one is the Queen and the Crone.
Queen and the Crone. Definitely never seen this.
Yeah, so this is Alariel the Everqueen versus Helebron.
Alariel has almost universally had terrible art, so I'm going to presume her model is going to be terrible here too. Versus the Crone, so what? Helebron.
Yes.
I'm not expecting much from Helebron either. Let's have a quick see.
Yeah, they made some. They're not horrible decisions, but they made some interesting. I'll say they did their best. I'll just say it that way. For an in-engine trailer, they did their best.
Just before you go, I just want to say this because it amused me. I want to redo that trailer, but it's a Carnosaur. This surprise Carnosaur.
No, see, that wouldn't work though, because the only way the surprise Carnosaur works is he always has to be coming in from off frame.
Boom, 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 boom.
If he actually came up from underneath the stand, that would be explainable. He has to just come in from nowhere from the side.
Surprise Carnosaur.
Yeah, the Carnosaur is only off screen. That's the secret.
All right, let's see what comes up next.
Yeah. The other thing that's important about this trailer to keep in mind is this trailer is also introducing the Sword of Cain as a mechanic.
Oh. Ooh. Boom.
A vision comes to me.
Yeah.
Vicious. Grotesque.
Nice.
Lustful. The stench of death. Sounds of agony. The ritual of Death Night. I feel it in the meadows.
Nice.
I sense it in the air.
Someone's been Lord of the Ringsing.
Chaos spreading throughout my beautiful land, and I grow weaker. The sword of Cain, the maker of widows. I know you seek it. But your efforts are futile.
I do love her unique priesthood.
Alaria the Ever Queen, mother of all, will bring the light to end your darkness, Crone Halibron.
A shot.
Nice. Yay! Our Warlord as well. Nice.
I will say, considering how much smaller the budget is for packs, I love this artwork. That's actually super pretty artwork.
Yeah, it is. Terrible trailer, but full of cool shit. I mean, it's not a good trailer. I'm trying to be nice here. Terrible trailer.
It's Jay. Yeah,
it's not good. And quite clearly they're going, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's who our Ever Queen is. That'll do just perfect. Yeah. You're going for it. It kind of looks like her as a model. That'll do, right? Yeah. No. But nice to see a bunch of Dark Elf troops that we haven't seen yet, which is nice, I suppose. Hellebrand was actually pretty decent, largely because they completely covered her face, so you couldn't see just how human she looked. And you know, it's Hellebrand.
She had wrinkles.
Yeah, you can kind of get off with that a little bit because it's Hellebrand. So yeah, there's quite a lot there that makes me smile just because I'm seeing it for the first time. And that's good, seeing some of Alariel's troops in her guard.
What's interesting is that if you compare it against the Grim and the Grave and the King and the Warlord, it stands out much better. Because, like, you could tell that they did the same thing of, like, trying to showcase the units, but they didn't have the obnoxious title card of, like, Sisters of Avalorn.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of any of the Dark Elf units, but you know, we're like
Fire Warlocks. You've got the
Fire Warlocks. Like,
yeah, totally.
But they got rid of some of them.
The Sisters of Slaughter.
I do love the one scene I really do love is when you have all the Doomfire Warlocks charging at Alariel. She just whips her staff around. There's the blast of light. They'll just fucking die. It's like, wow,
that's nice.
And this art is beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely piece of art. So all in all, I didn't hate it, which would have been easy to do because it's not a good trailer. But I mostly didn't hate it because we're getting to see troops that, again, they're relatively late era 8th edition Warhammer troops. So these are troops that are not only very rarely seen outside of the Warhammer miniatures, but they're new enough in terms of Warhammer's overall lore that no one had really thought about what they might look like in action at all. And I mean, who's going to have something like, you know, a whole bunch of Dark Elves who worship Eldrizar as their primary deity, sitting as their core troops? And that's really nice. Yeah,
like, not ignoring the trailer aspect, the many of the models are just absolutely gorgeous. Like the Sisters of Slaughter turned out beautiful, where they're like
look great,
scars, and they're mostly naked. They got the horrifying mask, and they're bald and everything. Like they're very different from what you would expect from an elf.
Yeah, so that's all kind of cool. It's just a terrible trailer.
Yep. So now we're coming to what is considered the best trailer ever made.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one. Yeah, let me just
the music references to films, the visual
not having the really good sound is going to be slightly sad, isn't it?
A little sad, but
okay, because you know that Pirates of the Caribbean is about to riff like mad.
Yeah, like Jack Sparrow's name riffs like a motherfucker. All right,
okay, are we ready? I'm looking forward to this.
Then we'll catch up on super chats. My ears.
Yeah, crabs sold. That's it. I'll buy it. Oh, they're tiny. Oh, of course they are.
The tales we could tell. Though, truth be told, it started very poorly.
Just talk to him that night.
Oh.
Got a fucking sea shanty.
Oh yeah.
I was one, but now we are many. We all agree on one thing: to sail the coast.
His voice actor had so much fun with this.
Hey, Morsley.
Down those lizard trinkets.
His laugh here.
And we will find them.
Find them. Oh yeah!
Just poor guy.
Run! Just run!
One piece at a time.
I love Harkin's design. He's so
We
wacky.
will put
Yeah! Got
ourselves
it!
back together.
Nice.
Fortune favors the infamous.
Oh. Hey, of course, price card.
No, thank you.
WTF? Freaking love it! Oh!
Tattered sails and incredible tales were calling in the sea.
Well, fuck yes.
Yeah, the fucking sea shanty is so stupid. Like, it's so fun. Perfect example of like the guy that gets to do the music for the trailers, goated. The guy that does the music for the game, not nearly as goated.
So, bluntly, that was the best so far. By some significant measure, I would say.
Yeah, the amount of character they put into Luther Harkin.
Yeah.
Like, he's so fun. Like the fact that like he's talking, he's refers to himself as we, like he uses all of the proper where he's like clearly irritated at the fact that he has multiple personalities. It's so great. And he's just the fact that he's just chatting with that dude that's just like
dead.
Staring at him dead is so fucking funny. He's just having a polite conversation.
Yeah, so this is an example of where they've taken a character that's pretty much at the point of creating this, almost nothing, and created a complete personality, a complete representation of something that's over the top in Warhammer, which clearly drawing inspiration from elsewhere, but they're making it their own. And in some respects, this very much makes the other characters that they've done not as much for, because they're either well known or they didn't have the budget then, or alternatively purely because they didn't really think about it as much, and really does make the rest of them look weak by comparison because they did such a freaking good job here. Yeah, I kind of half wish I didn't watch this trailer until later because it's going to make later trailers look worse, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a couple still fun ones still, but yeah, they did a lot of cool things. Like the fact that they brought the faction to life kind of as it was. Like they added in some various elements from like Monsters Arcanum and some other things.
Mhm.
But, like the fact that we got fucking deck droppers, the giant bats carrying the zombies, is so fucking silly, and they just embraced it. We're like, fuck it, just go all in.
But it feels like Warhammer. I mean, half
yeah,
of the
perfect.
troops
It's perfect.
in Warhammer, when you actually take a look at what they are truly ridiculous. You just look at them and say, that's stupid. That would never work. But it's all about making it Warhammery, and this does. It just nails it. Just loved it. Just
Yeah,
great.
the reveal of the Morgul, the fact where it's
the Morgul was cool.
It's like it stands up, so you see all the intestines and spine hanging out, and you're like, oh, that's awful. And then you see its jaw, where I think most people, if they were creating this thing in movement, would have been like, oh, it should have a rigid, horrible jaw because its jaw stretch. But I love what they went with. No, it's a human. And to get its jaw that big, obviously the bone is like completely gone and shattered. So it's all loose and weird. Like, I love that interpretation.
Yeah.
Also,
Totally
like,
agreed.
I love how big Harkin is. Like, Harkin's fucking huge. He's like 7 feet tall in this thing. He's a big boy.
Yeah, I love it.
And I love his design. Like they got to do whatever they wanted with him. And like he's got the spikes coming out of his shoulder piece, and his cloak's all like tattered up, and he just looks filthy, but like in a fun way.
If I was sitting at, say, for example, in Games Workshop's licensing department, and I was doing what licensing department people do, which is speaking through to the licensees, chatting with them, and working with them to create something that's Games Workshop, but outside of Games Workshop's direct control. And they had come to me with this. It would be the first time that I would turn around and go back up to my bosses sitting up above and saying, they've done better with something they made themselves than they did with the stuff that we gave them.
Well,
better. Which means that I think, given the popularity of this game and how well it's doing, that we should, for the first time, consider letting them free to do something else. And you completely see where something like Cathay would come later.
That is exactly what happened.
Just look at this. Just look at this. Because I know for a fact that the first time that the Cathay was pitched, it got turned down.
Yep. The same thing.
Yeah. And I know it did. Because I've spoken to the licensing department on more than one occasion. And this would be what would fill me with confidence to say, you know what? I think that now is the time for us to perhaps take a further step and just accept that these are the right people to do the job, because when they've been given something themselves, they have completely aced it. Now, obviously, I imagine the process of this was worked with them hand in hand with GW. Perhaps this here, they might even have had guidance from the studio, although often the studio works quite separate and away from the licensing department. But given just how big Total War is by this point, it wouldn't surprise me if there was at least feedback moving backwards or forwards between those particular parties. But just take a look at this. It's freaking awesome. So yes to this.
Yeah, the fact that Games Workshop was able to literally give them a very short White Dwarf article and the Dreadfleet game and was like, make something out of that. And they made
Dreadfleet's not a good game.
and they made one of the most beloved DLCs for this entire series. Is insane. Like Noctilus and Aranessa turned out great, and they got to make their own original character. I have it on very good. I've spoken with them about creating Celostia Deerfan, who they love dearly, but it was very funny when I asked them something along the lines of, oh, you got to make your own character. Like, I'm sure that was a lot of fun. Would you ever want to do it again? And you could just feel the air get like the energy sucked out of them. They were like, no.
It's hard working with Games Workshop on something that's not theirs, that you have to build from scratch. Now, if you're lucky and you're only writing words and that's it. So, for example, say the role-playing game, you've got a lot more leeway. But if you're doing something that's not just visual, but it's visual and will almost certainly change everyone's opinion about a particular faction, it's going to be picked over and picked over and picked over again by Games Workshop to ensure it's right. So I can imagine that the air would have sucked out of that room for very good reason.
Yeah. And I don't know how familiar are you with Celostia Deerfan? Have you ever seen her?
Nope.
Damn, we might have to pull her thing up. So, but we'll do that in a minute. But because we need to get caught up on super chats. Yeah, because Solosha was the character they got to create on their own, and I think she's brilliant. Like, just fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I am outside of that particular piece of lore, which is one of the reasons why doing this is particularly fun, because I obviously know everything from the battle game. I know everything from the role-playing games, but when it comes to Total War, yeah, it's largely unknown territory to me, so quite excited.
Awesome. So we got Sarun, THB saying, can't wait for the storm clouds gather. Yeah, we're almost to Elf Batman. He's coming up very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Tomb King's trailer is my favorite Game 2 trailer. It's a good one. It's a good one.
It was really good.
Elf Grandma, aka Hellebron James.
I've always rather loved Hellebron's character. There's a lot there that I think the Games Workshop never really used much with. So yeah, nice to see her in action. She
has a criminally underrated personal story that explores like her background.
Yeah,
much younger. Like, god damn.
Yep, agreed completely. She'll be worth a stream at some point.
I agree. Carnosaur with Stalk is the greatest hunter. Yeah, it's clear. Man, that Stalk effect is real good.
It's really good. Surprise, Carnosaur!
Dangerous creature. Necromancer Kobold. It's super funny. The sword was revealed in Queen of the Crone trailers, since the Everqueen always seems to draw it in most, if not all, Total War II campaign. Yeah, so Andy, you're familiar with the whole thing of like Gandhi and Civilization.
Gandhi and
right?
the nukes. Oh yeah, I've played every Civilization game.
They had a similar
end
problem
to end.
They had a similar problem in Total War II with Alariel. She started very close to it, so the AI would always immediately go for the Sword of Cain and rip it out, and Alariel would just go on to become like this horrifying tyrant every single campaign, because she always went for the sword.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Good old Sword of Cain.
So silly. Colby, will or should RNS Assault Spider or anyone else have access to the Slayer Pirates, or is that a mod or a DLC? You guys do great work. I think she should. Because she's not truly like a hardcore vampire coast. She is a living pirate faction that represents Sartosa that is most accurately made. Like, she fits the vampire coast, but she has a lot of living units. That's why she has living Sartosan pirates and ogre pirates in her roster. That's why you're able to get the ogre man-eaters that are very vaguely pirate themed. So I think Slayer Pirates would fit her perfectly fine. I don't see any issue with that. Because it's worth noting, Slayer Pirates have a very unique perspective on life compared to, because they are the weirdest assortment of, not only are they Slayers, they're Slayers that they use ranged weapons because they're often chasing sea monsters that don't play fair, and they go out on the ocean willingly, which is a combination of factors that there are crazy dwarfs, and then there's fucking Slayer Pirates all the way over at the end of the spectrum. Like, even regular Slayers look at them and like, those guys are fucking weird. Is it a crime against humanity? Oh, it is a crime against humanity. The sea shanty is not a theme in game. Yeah, it is. Not to call out a person whose name I don't know, which makes me feel better about calling them out. But the music director for the actual games is on my shit list, as far as like, he really, I know, pulled the reins in hard and not allowing them to go as crazy with the in-game music, because he had such a strong philosophy of the music should not take your focus away from the gameplay. And I think he's completely wrong. Like, play any video game that has a super kick-ass soundtrack and you know that's not true. But unfortunately, he was the guy calling the shots, so we got what we got. Get Zerged. Vampire Coast wasn't technically a tabletop army, so didn't CA kind of have to build an army from scratch alongside GW. Yes, it did have a White Dwarf article that gave you like rules, and they even had like kit bash versions of the minis, which CA pretty much for many of the minis faithfully recreated the kit bashes, which is what got them in trouble with the Quaddle, much to my annoyance. But for the Vampire Coast, it worked out really well. The Circle Trinket is the same for the Festus trailer. Yes, the Festus the Leech Lord trailer has some funny references to the other trailers. Hammond, the land fortune favors the infamous is a cheeky callback to Rome 2's Caesar in the Gaul DLC trailer. Minute minute one. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, totally. I think that was the just as a small aside, as I recall, that one was written by, could be wrong on this one, the editor of several of Games Workshop's books from back in the late 80s, particularly the Realms of Chaos books, who was a good friend of mine and is sadly now dead. But he did all of the writing for Rome and Medieval. I think Rome 2 and Medieval 1 and 2 as well. And he was particularly pleased with an awful lot of his work that he did for Rome because he got to get Jason Isaac, is that his name? He was playing one of the characters, got to get him to swear like a trooper again and again and again and again, being the Roman general. So yeah, that was super fun. I used to call him literally every week because he was editing some of my books.
What do we think of Celestra? I adore her. Andy has yet to get to know her yet.
I'm about to find out.
Privilege, I think he'll enjoy. Salter, with almost 1,000 live viewers, I bet some of y'all haven't liked and subscribed to the great LAWhammer channel yet.
Yes, Salter, thank you for saying that. That's deeply appreciated. And I imagine many of you have also not yet pre-ordered Dark Deeds, which of course I've got to mention at least once an hour, which is of course created by Warhammer Legends. So do go check that out if you'd like to know more.
Yeah, really great board game. Please do consider checking out and getting it to help support what we do here. And then that director should play Doom Eternal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you haven't, please like the stream and make sure you subscribe to Andy. Check out the LAWhammer series. If you love lore, like you're in for a fucking wild ride. Every Friday is a fucking party for me.
And if you like crazy games, yeah, my LAWhammer game gets pretty freaking crazy.
It is also that. Also, fun fact about this trailer, this is also the very first ogres we got in the Total War series. The animated Hulks, which are ogre crews that obviously died at sea, and to animate them, they got filled with horrible sea monsters. So they have like eels and crabs and all sorts of other freakish things inhabiting their flesh and their guts that are sticking out of them, which is great. This is fun. So you know what? Let's take a quick pit stop over at Celestra. Because it's a very easy short thing.
Let's do this one.
So this is their introducing Celestra fan. It's very short. So yeah, here we go.
The self-obsessed Madame Captain of the Lamprey was not always a terror of the deep. When travelling from her homeland of Bretonnia to Ulthuan to sing for the Phoenix King, a devastating storm threatened to delay her arrival. Fueled by impetuous arrogance, Silostra Diaphin performed a solo mutiny, throwing the captain overboard and commandeering the ship and crew. Fouled by her own hubris, the ship capsized. However, refusing to allow her talents to perish in the black depths of the seas, she returned as a vengeful spirit, hoping that she might finally perform to the Phoenix King in her deathly court of the drowned. Silostra has mastery of the law of the deep, dragging those who oppose her to a watery grave that they might finally rise again in her service.
So, some quick notes about her that are really fun. The whole gimmick of her lore is that she was a Bretonian opera singer who was so amazing. Yeah, I know, just wait. So her accent is fucking hilarious. Because she is like full diva, right? Like just the most diva thing you could imagine. She was apparently so amazing, she got invited to go sing for the Phoenix King. So she got put on a Bretonian galley. They were sailing to Ulthuan to perform in Lothern. A storm shows up. The captain goes, "Oh no, we can't go through that storm. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. We have to turn around." She goes, "You fucking what? No, we're gonna sail through it. I will not miss this performance." And he goes, "We're gonna die." And she's so like she's huge, right? She's like over 6 feet tall. She's a massive woman. She bodily picks the captain up, throws him into the sea, and threatens to murder or like kill anyone that dares not or try to turn the ship around. Everyone's like, "Oh fuck, Jesus!" So she forces the crew with her little retainer squad because they're so scared of her. They do what she says. They sail into the storm and they all die.
Well done.
So it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. But such was her like arrogance and her like ruthlessness that Stromfels was like, "I like this one." And Stromfels gets her soul and brings her back as basically a agent of his. So she's the most powerful caster in the Sea of the Lord of the Deeps because she learned from Stromfels itself. And her whole gimmick, her mission, this is how fucking insane and arrogant she is, which is why I love her. Her whole campaign revolves around she's trying to grow enough in power to kill Aminar, the merworm that defends Ulthuan, which is what all the Vampire Coast is about. The big sea monster at the end of their trailer that you see covering the sun is Aminar. And he's huge. He is horrifically huge in game. It's beautiful how huge he is. But the whole thing is you have this big quest you go on to try and kill him and then resurrect his corpse. That's the gimmick.
Love it.
But her goal is to kill him and resurrect him and use him with her magic to sink Ulthuan so she can trap all of the elven dead and hold them eternally captive in sunken Ulthuan to listen to her sing for the rest of time.
Yep, and one would hope that the big giant lizard would also be converted into her concert hall.
Oh yeah,
on the inside, definitely.
Yeah, her. So each of the Vampire Coasts, each of their big ships counts as a horde, and it's unique on the map.
That sounds proper stupid. I love it.
Yeah, and hers is a concert hall that she has converted into her ship, and it's fucking. I love her. She's. They got an actual opera singer as the voice actress, and so whenever she casts spells, she sings. So she just sings as she's throwing around like lightning and spells and stuff. She's an amazing. I love her. I think she's a phenomenal character. A lot of people are kind of on her, but I think she's super fun.
Also, right, what's next?
Next is the Prophet and the Warlock.
Prophet, Warlock. Prophet will be Warlock.
Skaven
will be
and Lizardmen.
Skaven and Lizardmen.
Yeah.
Prophet. So we got Skaven. No, it's Prophet. Yep. Got you.
Yep.
So it's
and let's see if you can guess the.
Is it your favorite?
It is my favorite.
Is it your favorite by any chance? I thought it might be.
I'm curious if you'll catch the movie reference. It's hilarious.
Okay, here we go. Oh, loving the. Oh. Where's your red crest? There's predators out there.
They hit absolutely nothing. And here he comes.
Oh no.
Roaring the Sotek stun. Yeah, Sotek stun.
Hilarious. One of the best Lord packs, trailer-wise. I love this art as well. The art is fucking
cool. Well, that's fucking awesome, isn't it?
So did you catch the movie reference?
Oh, I definitely didn't catch any Predator references there at all. Oh, man.
It's literally like some people have done it. It's practically one for one shot.
Shot for shot. Yeah,
so
totally.
funny.
So I obviously loved that. That was proper silly. I love the Skaven, so that's not really a great surprise. And again, it's actually interesting seeing the Skaven as they're being presented inside Total War in comparison to how they're presented in the models. Where the models, because they're so static, And because they're painted in such matte colors, even when they've got shiny bits, you don't necessarily realize how just crazy shiny some of them are, or indeed just how freaking technologically advanced they are in terms of how they would appear in the battlefield. They've basically got themselves motorbikes flying around there in the battlefield. Looking
this
cool
is this being the Clan Scryer DLC is very tricky.
And that's brilliant because it's really nice to see that. And again, it makes what they're so far doing over in Age of Sigmar, which again has just started. Age of Sigmar is going to go in its own direction.
The minis are pretty,
and they're going to do their own thing, but it doesn't feel like it's anything new because Warhammer's already done it all, and it's already proper crazy in Warhammer. If you do anything extra over in Age of Sigmar, it's not going to look like it's new. It's just going to look like it's something else that would almost certainly have probably existed in Warhammer as well. And this is, I think, a perfect example of exactly that. I really loved that. That was cool.
Yeah, it's brilliant trailer. The movie reference really sells it. So like this trailer does such a good job of hitting on the comedy of the Skaven, because that is something in lore they would absolutely do. Is one of them gets off and they're just like, shoot everything and just hit nothing. It's just the funniest fucking thing.
Just lovely. I love that. Yeah.
They just blow up the jungle, but don't hit. But like the Doom rocket is fucking awesome with the nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
It was very funny for me the way they changed the engine of the gods, where it's beautiful. Like Tehenowin is so like he's so majestic, but like kind of terrifying when he's like
look at him up there.
Like it's like, good lord, like that he looks fucking spooky.
Yeah.
But it was interesting to me how they changed the way it works, and like we're in the lore, it's more like a pulse. In game they made it where it's literally an orbital laser beam that comes like shoots up and then comes back down and just burns along the ground. It's like I enjoy how high tech they make the Lizardmen feel. Where like the Lizardmen, it's like, wow, they've got like
really there.
Yeah, it's like Scariah versus Lizardmen works surprisingly well as future tech versus future tech.
Totally.
Just in different ways. Which is great. Super fun.
Yep.
Love this trailer.
It's
awesome.
I agreed completely. That one's put a big smile on my face.
Yeah, let's do 3 more and then we'll get caught up on super chats.
Sounds perfect. Are we going for another one versus another?
Yes. So this is the Hunter and the Beast.
Okay, so what factions are Beast? Sounds like Beastmen.
Close, but no. So different kind of beast. So this is they got a back-to-back one because they're so special. This is Lizardmen versus the Empire.
Empire. So it's going to be Wolfram.
Yeah, and this is another movie reference because this guy fucking loves his movie references.
Because he loves his movie references.
This one is funny because it also features the voice acting very briefly of not professional voice actors, but just some random blokes they had in the studio that day because they're like, we need some people screaming in terror. Can someone come in here and scream in terror for a minute? So it's fun.
I could scream in terror all day. A war wagon. Oh yeah. Yeah, war wagon.
Dread Saurian.
Oh.
So there's your Jurassic Park reference.
Yep, Jurassic Park. Yeah, obviously.
Have a little faith.
There he is.
He's very Scottish. They're like Northern England.
You go for Scottish for him.
Yeah, hold on.
Have a little faith.
Yeah, oh, shut up, you hero.
What's taking them so long? Have a little faith.
Why Scottish?
I don't know, but
he's Reiklander. Sure.
Oh, these drums. Oh, he's so big.
Oh. Hunter. Nice.
So I will say, I do deeply dislike the Creative Assembly Crocscore designs, but Nakai is the one where I'm like, all right, he looks good.
That's pretty cool.
I think I do think
cool.
he would look better if he was based on the designs I prefer, but he does look good.
He looks pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, he does look pretty fun.
He does look cool.
But,
I mean, I agree with you, while simultaneously he looks pretty.
He looks
cool.
fucking awesome. Yeah.
So that's nothing at all like how I imagined the good old huntsman. Which is really funny. Seeing him, it makes me want to go. Well, he's a Northern Empire chap now. Refigure him in terms of where he sits inside the lore of the Empire.
Was he born in Hochland?
Well, yeah, but he's lived.
I know he lives in Reichland now.
Yeah, he does, and like for most of his life,
got
too.
massacred.
Yeah,
but I think it's just because they wanted to make them like just different. Because he has a unique accent, and the lords that came with him, which are the huntsman generals, they all have the same accent, just to make them different. Like they're like rural folk.
That is fascinating. Fascinating, actually.
Yeah, he is funny. I do love that they're like, okay, well, he has to have his model design. He's in fucking Lustria, the human jungle, and he's wearing like all this fur and like long clothes.
Because why not?
He's like, fuck it. I'm not taking this stuff off. Yeah, this trailer, it's surprisingly comical. Like the war wagon just running away from the Victorian, just turn. But
so as trailers go, literally fine.
It's fine. Yeah,
it's kind of mid. It's fine. It's all right. That was sort of fun. It's got a nice reference to a movie. We get to see a war wagon moving far faster than any war wagon probably would ever move. But that was super fun.
Yeah. To be fair, if I was being chased by a Dreadsorian, I believe those horses would find that extra pep to just go a little faster.
Yeah, totally. It's fine.
Yeah, and I do like the Dreadsorian design. It turned out well. Looks good in game. But super fun. A lot of the units they introduced were goofy, but fun. It was a weird weird DLC. Though when you get around to being able to play once your new setup is done, I think you will love the Wolfheart campaign. Because his campaign revolves around you meet 4 characters from the lore who have like it's just a whole bunch of lore text. Which is super fun. You meet 4 characters that are from very small references throughout the lore, and you get to train them up as like these epic heroes that fight alongside you.
Nice.
Which is fun. All right, so next up, we got 2 more before we're gonna do our catch up. So next is the Shadow and the Blade, which was the worst matchup in my opinion of Dark Elves versus Skaven. It should have been
because they go together.
Yeah, it should have fucking. I will always be so upset that CA didn't do Skaven versus Dwarves and Dark Elves versus Vampires. That would have been so good, but whatever. We got this, but the trailer is very fun. So here we go.
Let's go. Let's find out.
The siege arc ship.
Already happy.
There he goes.
Oh.
There he goes. Black arcs are beautiful.
All arrogant pride end this miserable existence. Shut up, demon! Fool mouse. Without me, we both die here. Imprisoned within your flesh is a power that mortals would kill for. Hate is our gift to one another. Malice. With hate, all things are possible.
Nice.
Oh my god.
That's more like it.
You have your pain, mouse. But your soul belongs to me.
Oh, he's like a crap Elric. So, pardon me, Michael Moorcock reference. Got to make one at least every single stream I'm in.
It's Malice, so
It's Malice Darkblade. What do you expect? So yeah, that was kind of fun. I particularly like seeing the Skaven actually being decent, showing the difference between the rubbish Skaven who are coming up and dacking and bashing and dying.
Yeah,
and then him coming out with his 3 blades setting up like that. Brilliant.
The animations they give Deathmaster Snitch are incredible.
And
like
he's
an anime character. Like he's going full anime on him.
and in some respects, that's what the elves should be like too. And it's a shame that they're not. Because the elves are up one, Deathmaster up one again. Because he's proper mental, super cool character. And again, not necessarily as good as the elven equivalent if you go to the Dark Elf Assassin side. So
yeah,
even that's super fun.
Yeah, it's like the trailer. Like I love this trailer; it's a fun one. But it's like there's the part of me that's like, man, imagine how that much cooler it would have been if you have the Dark Elves in the trailer established as being like so much above the Skaven, when they're not, they're relying on numbers and they're goofy ass war machines. And then Snitch shows up and he's doing that shit where he kills 5 of them near instantly as he charges through, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that the elves have to appear better. It's so when something else comes along, you can go, holy shit, they beat the elves. It's meant to be a thing. And that would have been, I think, a perfect example of it. And then having Deathmaster come in and walk through them like they're nothing, dancing between them, blades flashing, it would have been awesome. But nevertheless, it was still awesome. Wait, I just want to call out that because it took you a while to get here. He has indeed risen.
He has risen.
We will get to the super chats very soon because we're doing it between the adverts. But just great to see you there, Swartz AJ. Really nice to see you made it.
All right, chat. You know what it's time for. You know who's here.
I don't. Who's coming?
This is considered the peak of the Versus trailers.
Okay.
So this one is considered the best because not only does it have 1 movie reference, it has 2 movie references.
Okay.
Each character gets their own.
What was the last movie reference? The one that we were just in?
I don't think they did one for Malice. And
okay, because I didn't catch it for Malice.
They just had it literally being a Malice story moment with Zarkhan being like,
here we go. I'm all excited. Elves. No.
It has been many years, but this city will never be safe. Not whilst he is still out there.
We'll show them pointy ears! We'll show them all! It's immensity! It's enormously as we can!
Yeah!
We just warm it up!
This music is good.
Comes to Elfborn. It is my duty, our duty, to endure. It's time we give the Poitiers a proper fight!
Nice.
Stand with me! For as long as I still live. Our Everest will never fall.
So human looking, but holy shit, that's cool. Hey, Eltharion on your good old Stormwing. We love yous. Oh, man, that was pretty cool.
So did you catch the 2 movie references?
Well, it was kind of hard to not witness that particular reference. And the other one, it felt a bit Batman-y, Dark Knight-y, but I would have said felt it rather than really felt like it was completely referencing it, to the point that I clearly haven't watched that movie most recently.
Yeah, this scene is literally taken directly from the second Batman
there we go.
movie. It's a literal like 1-to-1.
There you go.
He's, like panning over the ruins. This trailer is so fun. Like I love how fucking serious and just like Eltharion is. But Grom is so goofy.
Yeah.
Like, just the swarm of like snotling pump wagons and goblin wolf chariots going across the Badlands. Great. Fucking great. Love it so much.
I would not, if I was building the advert, I probably would not have gone to Mad Max as my first touch point.
No,
and
it works
I
super
feel
well, though.
I feel foolish for not doing so because it's freaking awesome.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, and Eltharion also has he literally is doing the "Where is he?" from the second Batman.
Of course, from the second.
So the Joker Goblin. So this is what's interesting. So this is how they interpreted Athel Tamara, which is weird because Athel would mean it's a forest.
Yeah,
but
that's an odd choice.
But they made it the Batcave.
Yeah, so I see. That is an interesting choice. Clearly made by someone who doesn't know what Athel means, although perhaps it means some sort of under cave forest of stalagmite.
Maybe there are trees, we just can't see them because it's too dark.
Yeah, there's the special underground trees of Ulthuan.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, like, I do love a beautiful, like, the Hives did have underground cities. They're usually not associated with Yivris. They're usually associated with oh god, which
Or I didn't hear that a little bit. Oh, the Illyrian, the Reavers.
Which I'm trying to remember which one of the High Elf kingdoms is established with having underground cities, but they're all flooded now.
Oh, that's or over the other side. Wait a minute. Is it Illyrian? No, it's not Illyrian, is it?
No. Was it Yivris? I don't think it was Yivris, but it might have been Yivris.
Corvus, Kothique.
Kothique, yeah.
Is it?
That's right.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can check it up later.
Anyway, I do like that they show.
I think it's Kothique.
Yeah, it is Kothique. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's Kothique, but I'm doubting myself.
Yeah, so I do love though that they show the underground elf city. I think that's very, very cool.
Yeah, me too.
And this one is this DLC was so stupid fun, and like the cinematics are cool. Like the elves using the magic to just obliterate the front line. The white lions look fucking. The war lions look incredible.
They're brilliant.
Yeah, the Idol of Gork, fucking.
Yep, love that.
It is so funny in game. It has some goofy animation. Like it has an animation where it will pull its own head off and lift it up in the air to look around, and then pull its head back down and put it back on, which is just so.
That's cool.
Where it's like clearly logic does not apply to this thing because it's but like and this is the actual Tor Yivris map. It's a unique siege map where you have like these big towers that are providing magic, but they get blown up as the greenskins are approaching, and you have to fight a big battle over it, which is fun.
Nice
because it's got you can see the Waystone.
Yeah, that's nice
in the center, which is really cool. So yeah, people fucking love that one. All right, let's get caught up on super chats.
I also love that one. That was pretty cool. Although again, I'm just gonna say, whoops, wrong one. Okay, got very big there.
Would have been that much better if he was an actual
I think I'm now happy to say that I do not like the elf faces. They look like humans.
Yep. The good news is though, there are plenty of other factions. Let's
That's so true.
See, where was I on here?
Okay, the last. Oh, can I remember what the last one was? I can't.
Oh, here we go. Found it. Damn! I had to watch the new episode of Dimension 20, and this is still going. Way to go!
Damn straight we are.
Wait for the Fishman trailer. Yeah, Fishman trailer. And that'll be the day. That'll be the day. Now you know where my name comes from. The Predator rules.
Yeah, the Predator. Quite. Yep.
Jordan, Andy laughing at Skaven laughs is the best. Yeah, I will say Icket Claw's voice actor went so hard at the end of that trailer with the maniacal mad scientist laugh. He killed that laugh. He must have had so much fun with that. Lucas, Andy, if you had to pick a favorite faction, would it be Skaven?
No, definitely not. I've collected the Skaven army, I don't know, about 5 or 6 times. I really love the Skaven, but I would not put them above and beyond the others.
Yep. Ascendant Overlord, who's mechanically better augmented, Astrogoth or Icket Claw?
I mean, how long's a piece of string? I mean, you can argue both sides, particularly because their technologies are also quite different.
Yeah, it's very different tech.
Yeah. Further, if they'd updated the Astrogoth model so that it looked more like how it's described rather than like its ancient model that they made for it, I imagine Astrogoth could easily have been the one that you'd say, oh, probably that one. But given that he's still got the same old...
Yeah. Like, I love that they decided to honor the old Astrogoth model.
Oh, me too.
And just like kind of make it work, because it works.
Yeah.
you know, if Games Workshop, if they had created Astrogoth nowadays, he probably would have looked much more like a Space Marine dreadnought, where it would have been like a full fucking suit. So
agreed.
I would say Astrogoth probably has created more better stuff. They're called Kroxigors, not Sorcigors. That's not how you spell. It's not how you spell that. You don't know what Crocs means. Get out of my chat. You don't know what that means. Wolfheart campaign equals the Lustrian.
I keep calling Wolfheart the wrong name. I do that every time I use them in the battlefield as well. Oh, look, here's Wolfram. It's because I had a character called Wolfram.
Oh, the thing, bonus thing you may like is that the Vampire Coast campaign actually revolves around his brother dying, which is really interesting. Marcus Wolfheart, his brother was very much like Marcus, where they were both obsessed with hunting down sea monsters, but his brother goes after Aminar, which goes about as well as you could expect.
Yeah.
Yep. Swartz, good to see you, my dude. For a long time, he was called the meme blade in the community because if he turned into Zarkan mode, he would self-damage until death. Yeah, the mechanics they made to try and make the Zarkan mode not like super overpowered was really silly at first. It's much better now, but the first iterations were goofy. Jordan, the first goblin says pointy ears, and Grom says pointy heads. I've always wondered if that was a mistake, and the Greenskins call Hyos pointy heads. They're both technically correct. It's just a matter of perspective, because when the Hyos wear their helmets, they have pointy hats.
One thing I would have liked to have seen in the trailer there is just how terrifying the elves often are to the goblins. That would have been nice to see. Them actually breaking and then swarming in a different way, just to see it, because elves cause fear in goblins. Yep.
Altharian's hero is called Henry. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So when this trailer came out, Henry Cavill was on some kind of interview, and he directly called out Total War Warhammer, and he was like, "I fucking love that game." And the Total War guys were like, "Ah!" So for his starting Altharian, when you play his campaign, his starting hero is Henry Cavill, who is a swordmaster of Loremaster of Loreth.
Wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
why not?
Yeah, he even has a unique starting trait called Winds Howling as a reference to The Witcher, because Henry Cavill was doing Witcher stuff at the time. So he's like a Superman, Henry Cavill, Witcher, Geralt hybrid into a
as you do. Why not?
So funny. Monsieur Manatee, the irony of goblins calling elves pointy ears is definitely lost on the goblins.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing.
Bad Miracles, just supporting. I love this. I just got into Fantasy Lore this month.
Oh, this month. Wow.
Beastgrave, and I'm working on the Ogre Kingdoms. You guys helped me out a lot. Oh, I'm glad you're having a super good time with it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the super chat. That's super appreciated.
Lucas Bestler, I think we all can agree that DLC's trailers would be better if they removed all the Lizardmen lords and just replaced them with extra Balthazar Gelt.
I mean, can we all agree in that one? I don't think so.
He's everywhere. What does Andy think of the Gelt trailer? You're cute. There is no Gelt trailer. F. Skaven super chat just for this. Oh, well.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Fuck Skaven.
I'm fuck Skaven. Why not?
Fuck Skaven for $2. Yeah, sure. Rivi Chapman, I love the idea that it's a mushroom forest in that cave, therefore Athel. I mean, that might not be horribly inaccurate. It would depend on how the Eltherin translates that. It would depend a lot on how the Eltherin handles that particular term.
Sure.
I'll leave that to him. But no, Athel tomorrow should be a forest.
Yeah, it really
there's actually an important nugget of Wood Elf lore that refers specifically to some of the Wood Elf characters meeting Eltharian's dad in Athel Tamara, because it's a forest.
Yeah.
Anywho, so all right, back here we're
made for a fun video.
Yep. So I think what we're gonna do, in the interest of not being up for eternity, is I think we're gonna work our way to the end of Warhammer II, because we've only got like a couple more. Okay. And then we will call it, and we will finish the rest another time.
Well, we didn't get any Warhammer 3 videos though.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay, we'll finish with Tarmacon, just because that was like yesterday or 2 days ago, and then we'll do the Goblin thing.
Oh yeah, of course, can't miss the Goblin thing.
All right, so this trailer was interesting. So this is, I believe, they stopped with the movie references. There's no movie references in this one, unless I guess you could argue there's a Frankenstein reference.
Twilight? What else?
So the twist in the Twilight is Skaven versus Wood Elves.
Okay. Twisted. What's the Twisted going to be?
It was a stretch, but it's representing Throt the Unclean.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I don't know where they got twisted from, but yeah, sure. He's got
I mean,
twisted mind.
it alliterates with Twilight. Sure,
Yeah.
that'll do.
There was actually a hilarious thing. I know the person that was writing the name for this DLC at
Mm-hmm.
the time, and he was having a bitch trying to get something for the Unclean or whatever. And they originally had tossed around doing maybe Oxyodal with Throt. He's like, if I had gotten those two, I could have done the Unseen and the Unclean. I was like, that sounds terrible, dude. Like, it's just a stupid name. And he's like, well, it doesn't work with the fucking Wood Elves. Like, he was having such a time with it. But they ended up going with this. All right, so this one's interesting. It actually gives me very I'll put it this way. I think from the sound direction, you can tell that oh shit, what's that horror show on Netflix that has to do with the kids and like the other world, and it's very 80s.
Stranger
Things. Yes, thank you.
Stranger Things. Yeah.
If you think about the intro to Stranger Things while watching this trailer, you can tell that the person that liked this trailer really likes Stranger Things.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I like Stranger Things too. Dunk.
Darkness gathers with the setting sun.
That's Ariel, by the way.
Foul abominations gnaw at our mother's roots.
I love her design.
Mark Gibbons again.
Yep.
Endless hunger. But just as one season brings death, a new shall bring life.
Here they are.
So,
hey!
Come, my children, and deliver nature's glory!
Torrent!
Nice.
Both of their campaigns are, it's not fair how fun they are. Like Throt the Unclean and the Sisters of Twilight, their campaigns are so stupid fun. Also, this artwork is fucking beautiful. It's hard to get it where it doesn't have the stuff in the way. But this art is like super pretty. There it is.
Ah, there we go. I really love the Sisters of Twilight. They're great. Lovely characters. They kind of rock.
They're super fun because they did a good job with them of they give you enough answers to kind of tease the story out, but it's still a big mystery, which is super fun. I love those kinds of characters. Always
rather amused by Throt as well, because Throt, I remember using Throt all the way back in 4th edition of Warhammer. He was rubbish. He was not a good character.
No.
He just wasn't good. I mean, he was all right, but he was a pretty crappy packmaster. The model wasn't that hot either, because the model was all the way back from Warhammer 3rd edition. Wow. But it's always nice to see Throt, particularly given what he has become.
Yeah, he got some serious glow-ups in this game, especially because they give him the ability to mount a brood horror. Which makes him much scarier.
That'd be far better than the shitty little rats that used to have all the way back in 4th edition with Throt sitting in the back going, I'll get you with me, man catcher.
Yeah. I do love that scene though where he's got the elf and then he just clicks it shut and snaps their neck. It's like, ooh, that's all right. But yeah, I love they went with the Mark Gibbons Ariel. The eyebrows, whew, those things.
Yeah, that was really nice. That's that moth-like. Oh, just brilliant.
Yeah,
Again, you know, just because Mark Gibbons' name come up, if you'd
Dark
like to buy,
Deeds! Yeah.
if you'd like to buy yourself a copy of Dark Deeds, you can pre-order it right now. Mark Gibbons, who designed Ariel, you may notice the original piece of artwork all the way back from Warhammer 5th edition, I think, for the Wood Elf Army list, the very first time you saw it. That big, huge black and white one-page piece from Mark. Mark did every single last piece of art inside this game and was also responsible for developing this one alongside myself. So if you love Mark as much as I do, you should order his new funky game. Links are currently sitting inside the description. In fact, no, I think they're actually posted at the top of the YouTube and over on Twitch there somewhere in the comments.
Yeah, you can find them very easily.
Yeah, they're in there somewhere.
A couple other fun facts about with this DLC. So we got Gorich, obviously, which was a big surprise for a lot of people. Gorich is because he's such a unique, weird design, being this like.
Let me have a look at him again.
Let's see, where's his?
Yeah,
there he is.
Look at that.
Where, you know, just the concept of he's a Norscan berserker warlord whose brain gets taken out and put into the corpse of a rat ogre that is then augmented with warpstone and cybernetics.
Because why not? You see what I mean, though, when I say the Age of Sigmar really doesn't have a lot of places to go. It's already been done. If they want
like a 40k standard, that's a really cool character.
He's done pretty goddamn well there. So yeah, quite.
Yeah. But yeah, I loved how well this DLC developed Throt as like just this horrible master mutator. It really does, because his whole mechanics revolve around mutating your units, which is super fun. And but some other fun things they added with this. So the Sisters of Twilight, obviously you get Ariel, which started a lot of really hilarious memes because Ariel is huge, like she's massive.
Dude.
And next to Orion, he looks like a manlet next to her because he's big, like he's giant. He's like double the size of the elves, but Ariel's so much bigger than him. So there are all these like silly memes about how he's like, she's like, don't talk to me or my husband ever again because he's just so small compared to her, despite how muscly he is. It's just great. But they also introduced Sporticus, which was a fan favorite, where there's an event because the Sisters of Twilight, their starting area is in the Witchwood in Nagaroth. So they're in a Nagaroth forest doing stuff. And with the sisters, you get with the Wood Elves, they introduce these really fun mechanics where there's all these story elements going around your forest, and you get dilemmas where you can choose how to handle certain things.
Okay.
And one of the dilemmas you can get is that you, with the Sisters of Twilight, you'll get a dilemma where you come across a bunch of Dark Elf slavers capturing greenskins, and you can choose to either like kill the greenskins, kill the Dark Elves, or just stay out of it. And if you kill the Dark Elves, there's a note about how one particular orc like looks at the sisters and like raises a fist and then he runs off, and you're like, okay, whatever. But after like 10 or 20 turns, you'll get a big event called like the Rise of Sporticus, and it's he leads the Broken Chains tribe, and all of the Dark Elf cities in Nagaroth suddenly come under siege by just tons of orcs, and they're all this going, I am Sporticus, and they all have this raised fist image. And
that's really funny. Because we were doing something not the same, but we were doing something similar. Gav Thorpe and I, when we were organizing our section of a campaign for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay that was going to be taking place over in Nagaroth. So to hear that they've done something similar over there is in fact hilarious. That pleases me enormously.
It's a really funny event, and it's actually super helpful too, because the Dark Elves are a bitch to deal with. Because obviously you're in their home turf.
Yeah, well, Dark Elves.
Yep. And then I believe the very last one, if I am correct, yes, the very, very last one is, of course, the Silence and the Fury.
Silence and Fury. What's this going to be then? Silence sounds Phoenix Guardy. No,
I gave you a hint a minute ago.
Oh, I wasn't paying as much attention. It's late. It sounds like
actually,
almost.
I'll rephrase that. I just told you what it was a minute ago.
Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. Oh well, let's find out.
Let's find out. This one is fun. This one is very fun.
Loving the start already. Feeling very dark. Oh, nice. Of course, you did. There we go.
I love how adorable he is. You're gonna like this.
Oh yeah! Big fuck off grabber slide. Fucking right, yeah. Natural pairing there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. It makes for us. It makes for a surprisingly interesting matchup of like Tarox is this unstoppable juggernaut, but he's got that one weak spot against a sniper, which is like, you know what? That's actually kind of an interesting matchup. But I do. I love how agile they make Oxiodal. He uses that stick. He has a special stance where when you activate it, he literally climbs up on top and he just snipes people with his blowpipe. And it's super fun. But yeah, Tarks. All right. So that one is fun. I think it does a perfectly fine job showing Beastmen in the new world, which is, you know, very different.
Yeah, it is.
Way over there is quite a change. But
it would have been nice to see a slightly different version of it over in the new world.
Yeah, the Beastmen definitely should have been different types, but
yeah,
rather than
yeah, totally was really good to see.
Yeah, the Beastmen this campaign is actually quite fun because it actually revolves around Oxiodal tracking down the heart of the dark.
Okay,
like the true heart of the Beastmen forest paths, and they made a unique map for it, and it is fucking insane. It's a really pretty map that just has like the biggest fucking herdstone you've ever seen in your life.
I do like giant herdstones.
Yeah, but yeah, super fun. Oh yeah, this is all. Yeah. Someone mentioned this is also the DLC where I got put into Total War Warhammer as a canonical character, which was super fun.
Did you? Marvelous! How cool is that?
Yeah, I got mated to a skink oracle on a troglodyte, which is so he's what's his name? I think his name's the sacred plaques or something like that.
Nice.
Yes, and they named the part that is like kind of like for me is they named the troglodyte after my dog Chloe at the time, who passed away like 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, which is like I'm glad she's immortalized, but still it's like it still gets my heart. But yeah, he's super fun. He's actually a really good hero too. I fucking love him. All right, not because I'm biased or anything.
No, not at all.
Chat. Last 2 things we're gonna do. We'll start with Tarmakon. And then we will go to the Goblin.
Do you want to do the chat first?
Yes, let's do the chat first. Oh my god. Tamercon. There we go. I always forget what the R is. Ew, gross. All right. Let's see. Super chat. Scroll down to the bottom. By the way, Odium Lopi hates Zotes.
Oh, really, Lopi? How could you hate Zotes? Zotes are awesome.
I love the Zotes. They're so pretty.
Yeah. The Zotes are also one of those rare examples of something that is uniquely Warhammer. It's not something that's been uplifted from something else and just copy pasted in and then given an extra skull. It's very much something that's relatively unique to the game.
Yeah, I also love with the redesign they gave them like the snapping turtle looking head structure. Works really, really well for them. Salter, so many Charlemagnes are do you know about the Charlemagnes, Andy?
I don't know. Do I want to know?
It's a very brief story. So back when the first Beastmen DLC came out, Games Workshop or Creative Assembly caught a lot of flack because it didn't have a lot of monsters in it. It just had the Cygor. That was it. That was the only new monster. The Cygor, and then they had like a Beastmenified giant, but it was still just the basic giant, just with more fur, essentially. And a lot of people criticized them and were like, hey, like, there's barely anything in this pack. Like, where's the Gorgon? Where's the Jabberslide? Whatever. And one of the heads of the communication team, who no longer works at CA, but someone that was in charge of communicating did the stupid thing of trying to answer the controversy with like do you know how expensive this would be type of comment instead of just, not saying anything, which would have been the smart thing to do. Yeah. And so he came out, and so Total War Charlemagne was a game that came out, and he came out and said something along the lines of, the reason we didn't do the Jabberslide is because it's a unique monster that would not be, we couldn't recycle its animations or use it for anything else. It would just be for the Jabberslide. And just the cost of the Jabberslide would be the entire art budget of Total War Charlemagne.
OMG.
Which everyone was like, A, what? And B, the second he said that, he should have just, it got memed immediately. So anytime CA did anything, people would go, how many Charlemagnes would that cost? How many Charlemagne became a form of currency?
Wow, that was an unwise choice from someone whose job was to speak to the public, I presume?
Yeah.
Yeah, nope, not clever.
I sent Andy the best Gelt trailer. Enjoy. Oh, I think I know which one it is. I don't think we can watch that one on stream, actually, because the music would get us demonetized. He can watch that off stream if it's what I think it is. So, all right. So this will be.
I think you may have missed a bunch that came before, didn't you? Or maybe just two. Did we get this one?
Oh no, I missed that one somehow. Yeah, Voice Snacks, YouTuber Voice Snacks is Throughout the Unclean, which was awesome. The way he got the job, I've talked with him personally. He also recorded some like alerts for our Twitch streams, which was super nice of him. He did that for a charity thing. He just has a chill YouTube channel, and the way he did it was he literally just put out like, hey, this is my attempt at trying to record the voice for this character. And he just did those videos on his own. And Creative Assembly was like, hey, this looks awesome. Come work for us. And he got
nice.
Spot, which was great.
That is nice.
Yeah. And I did tell him about Sporting.
And we got that one, Peter. So thank you very much. And thank you so much as well for the super chat.
Oh, yes, thank you. Is the Total War Attila the Age of Charlemagne DLC? There you go.
There you go. So it's the DLC.
Yeah, so the DLC art budget. Yeah. For one monster. Yeah. Christopher Clayton, if I had a nickel for every Zote that came out that year, I'd have 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened thrice. Yeah,
it is a little bit.
It was the Blood Bowl Zote, the 40K cool. Zote for the side game, the Blackstone Monolith game. Yeah, and then the Zote for Warhammer Total War. Very funny. It was the year of the Zote for some reason.
It was.
All right. So these are the last 2. So the last real one is Tarmakon. Which is just, this trailer is fun. I have to say, because I watched Andy's reaction to this, and I want you all to realize that I feel like the first thing that was going through Andy's brain when he saw this was he looks at Elspeth and all of her amazing glory and goes, no seatbelt. Like she's dead. Like she just fucking died.
Oh yeah, look at her. Where's the seatbelt? Oh, purple sun.
I love the unique dimming grip. The unique dimming grip is very nice.
Engineers.
So question I have.
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt this because we've all seen it so many times when you can
see
our reaction. So how well would you have to roll in a Wolf Rip session to one-shot a Nurgle giant through the eyeball with a single bullet?
With a Hochland long rifle. That would be a tough. I mean,
he's a bearded engineer, so he's probably way up there experience-wise.
Could you do it first? Yes, you could. What you need to do, so we could drop it down onto your talents, if you could do it with a single critical roll. So a single roll of a double, and then rolling yourself. If you use the raw rules, if you then rolled yourself 96 to 0-0, that'd be instant death.
and your character would be instantly immortalized.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, you could do it. Whee! There he is.
I love that you can see where the magnet is. Like, it's facing outwards, but...
There they are.
I love this dwarf singing.
Lovely.
The
Counting.
dumbest war machine in existence.
It totally is. I love this bit. Seeing the pair of them.
Sorry, there's the dumbest war machine in existence.
I can't deny it.
Being the Wicked Witch of the West over there.
Showing her potential Karstein roots there.
So, Andy, the community, the Total War community, has discovered, according to them, a conspiracy theory in this trailer.
Oh.
And I'm curious for your thoughts on it.
I'm really super keen.
Which also, this is just literally a Gotrek and Felix novel, and I love it so much.
Yeah, it is. It's 100% Gotrek.
Garagrim, Malachi, and I'm glad Garagrim's wearing pants. For anyone that hasn't seen his original mini, his ass is literally sticking out on his mini. But so the theory that this scene, when you see all these dwarves drinking in here, there's a unique dwarf model right here, where there's a dwarf with a white beard.
Okay.
Drinking from a stein, and he's wearing a hood, so you can't see his face.
Huh.
But on the outside...
Right, let me just pull myself off for a sec.
What?
I didn't mean it like that. I was taking myself off screen.
Whoa. It's just a conspiracy, Andy. Calm down. Damn.
I was taking myself off screen so I could see the space in the corner.
That was quick. That was impressive how quick that was.
Phrasing. Yeah, well done, Andy. Yeah, I really...
Jesus.
Yeah, oops. But nevertheless, I'm going to take myself off screen for a moment again so I can see into the corner. No, okay, now, wait a minute. Excuse me, will I pull myself off again?
So, he's got a white beard. It's very hard to see on this. But he's got a... Here, let's crank this shit all the way up. But he's got a white beard. He's wearing... traveler's looking clothes and a hood, drinking from a stein. There's no dwarf model in the game that looks like this. And then above the door is Bugman's symbol.
Yeah.
So the conspiracy theory is, so the other half of it is that White Dwarf has put one character in as a celebration of White Dwarf magazine for every game. So in game 1, it was Grombrindle. Game 2, it was Gotrek and Felix. So people are theorizing that for game 3, that the 500th White Dwarf celebration is coming up here in May. So people are thinking that it's going to be Joseph Bugman, and this is the hint. Which I'm like,
it wouldn't surprise me. I like it.
That's sharp-eyed. I didn't see that. That's pretty sharp.
I didn't see that either. I mean, when I did my run through of it yesterday, I did quite a lot of pausing and starting and repausing to look at different bits because I was really enjoying it and being amused at the things that were there and the things that weren't there. And I think I caught a good chunk of what was there. I'm not saying I caught everything. I'd say I got a good chunk of it. I almost certainly will have missed some things because, hey, I was just watching it live with everyone else. But that's a really nice catch, if so. Really like that.
Yeah. I feel like it's a true crackpot theory, but I'm behind it. I love it.
Yeah, me too. And I love that piece of art, by the way.
Yeah, they always kill it with the thumbnail art.
Yeah, they are. I'm still not entirely sure if I like the color choices for Elspeth.
She definitely pops.
Yeah, she does pop, but I feel that she pops a bit too much. Also, just as a small aside, they've done her roses wrong. She's got black roses.
Yeah, black, not purple.
Black roses, not purple roses. Black roses, the black roses of Mor. So in the gardens of Mor across the Empire, black roses grow because they're sacred to Mor, the god of death. And she has on her scythe, the pale scythe, wrapped up at black roses of more, but except they've painted them wrong.
Yeah, I feel like this definitely to me screams of they're like, all right, if we make them black, you literally won't be able to see them in game.
Yeah, totally. And I get it. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to call it out.
Oh no, I agree.
Totally.
But for those who haven't caught up, there's lots of really cool things that they've confirmed about the game, like a lot of all the units that are going to be in or out. Where we got plague ogres, we got pestigores, bile trolls.
We saw them. We saw those.
The Rotten Knight.
There's no pestigores that I spotted.
Not in the trailer, but we have seen their art for in game.
Cool.
And
are they one horned?
Yeah, some of them are. Some of them have 2, and some of them have 1. But
Nice.
they're really nasty. Like they've got flesh missing, and like their mouths look like they've stretched open too wide, so it's all like.
But isn't it too expensive to do special gores just for one of the individual chaos powers?
So what Games Workshop did is Games Workshop said it's not that they can't do the beaks, it's that's AOS only.
But wait a minute. Are the Beasts of Chaos getting pulled out of here?
I know. That's oh my god. Fuck Games Workshop, dude.
Holy crap.
They have fucking lost the plot when it comes to AOS fantasy bullshit. Anyway, I'm glad Skave's making me happy right now because GW's been pissing me off the last few weeks. Anyway, the other things that are Knights of the Black Rose.
That really excites me because I really quite like the Knights of the Black Rose.
And they look exactly like their Herald
Empire.
No, they got the skull helms with like the laurels. And see, you got the Marienburg land ships. You got Thunderers with grudge rakers for the dwarves, so the 2-barreled guns, semi shotguns. You got all the different Slayer types. Slayer pirates are a generic unit.
What that? And I trust there's no long drawn.
He is a regiment of renown. It looks like.
Okay, cool, nice.
So there's a specialist version, but I love their swords. They have like these crazy runic swords that are very like blocky almost.
Okay,
they've got a very interesting design. But like first dwarf sword unit I've ever seen in a Total War game.
Yeah.
So lots of cool stuff. Oh, a steam tank variant as well. Steam tanks with Hellblaster.
Hellblaster. Yeah. I caught that.
So some pretty hype shit coming to the game. So all right, Goblin React.
Okay, here we
Total
go.
War, but not Goblin Slayer, just Goblin. Let's see if I can find this. It's buried in a weird. Yep, Great Goblin Shaman reacts.
Okay, here we go.
All right, here we go. Buckle up, and then we will finish up with super chats, and that's going to be the end of the stream. So if you want to get in any kind of super chats or stuff at the end, now's the time, folks. Just letting you know. All right.
Sega.
Oh, my ears. This is so. I'm probably going to be blocking him, but it's fine. We just need to listen to him.
I'll be the judge of that.
Here, can I hide myself?
Sega. What's Sega? Who's that? Who's these then? I know that none of these tribes. We'll sort them out anyway. Bring them on. What's going on here? Yeah, me and the lads do a nice job doing up that crumbly old ruin. We'll start with smashing that flouncy Hume. Look at him.
For though I
But
dedicated my
who
life
needs
to
him?
eradicating it feeds.
Yeah.
It grows, devouring all.
We devour you, mate.
Final answer to halt its
Yes.
but the tide of war
Yeah, we're coming.
seems endless.
Or even I think the boss is zogging terrible breath. Yeah, great skaters. Don't scare us.
The brutal, unthinking bloodlust of the greenskins, the twisted ambitions of the
Diggins! Don't like them eyes. The Doom Divers are better flyers anyway. Pathetic. Call that flying.
Although the brave
Aha! This done is.
stands with us,
Yeah. Squash them, lads!
what hope is that
Send in the spiders! Go on!
this
Eat 'em
hope
alive.
won't be named?
Yeah!
Let alone
Carl
forced
Franz!
war means.
These posh bloody humies. The Griffin man with his hammer. I like to slobber him with it. Yeah, that's nothing but spiffy light. Give me the bad moon any day. Squash them, lads!
Hey,
What's he doing? What's it? He's all right. He's had too many shrooms. Oh, that's quite scary, actually.
It is.
You're gonna stay him in those blue.
It is unstoppable.
He's turning into a Simon shroom. What's he? Unstoppable. You're having a laugh. Wait till we get hold of you, me.
The world.
Oh, very clever. But what does it mean? Yeah! Your rules might have changed, but we're gonna break them! What's that? Yeah! Stupid bird ain't got nothing on the power of the war! Let's go, lads! To war!
Stupid bird ain't got nothing on the power of the war! Let's go, lads! Yeah!
He's had too many shrooms. Johan.
Oh, I really enjoyed that, poor old Johan.
Yeah, the out of pocket lore reference. He's turning into a common shroom is fucking. It's like nobody's gonna get that except for like a small handful of people, but it's funny.
Yep, that was good. Loved that. That was awesome. So as we come slowly but surely towards the end of the stream, we've got obviously a few extra super chats to go. I'd like to say a few things. Number one, thank you so much for joining us as we made our way through a couple of the Warhammer 3 trailers, but a good chunk of Warhammer 1 and 2. We will be back at some point to do 3 because there's no freaking chance I'm not going to go and watch those 2 because I have enjoyed this immensely. I'd also like to give an enormous thanks to the good Loremaster of Sotek for providing a whole host of extra goodies and gubbins that I would never have been aware of from the Total War side, which has been, from my side, at least, exceedingly welcome, because all that little extra commentary just adds that little extra bit of flavor to watching these videos.
Yeah, it's very, very fun. Always enjoyable to go through those. They're so, like, CA really, they know how to do trailers. Like, that is, like, they know how to do trailers.
Yeah.
So just a silly, Games Workshop could take some fucking advice, to be frank.
You know what? Yeah, they could. And it's also fair to say that CA could take some advice for some of those trailers too. They weren't all great, but the ones that were great were truly great and really did bring to life the Warhammer world in a way that pretty much hasn't been done anywhere else.
Yeah. So a couple little quick things of that. If you're like, oh, they didn't get to my favorite Warhammer 3, don't worry. We'll do another one of these.
We will.
Probably next week. Like Wednesday, we're kind of hoping that Wednesday nights will be like the let's do this goofy fucking thing that would never fit on Lorebeards. So like an example is that like next week we will probably see if we can finish off the Warhammer 3 trailers, but for the back half of the stream, I talked to Andy about us doing something truly fucking stupid, and he seems down for it.
I'm down for it.
Which is that we're gonna do some tier lists live. So speaking of which, if you have any like awesome Warhammer related tier lists, whether they're lore related or Total War related, please send those to me so I can look through them and make sure that they will be appropriate. But it's gonna get dumb. It's gonna get real dumb. So it should be super fun. But thank you all so much for the support, and so many of y'all too. Like fuck ton of people for the entire stream, despite how crazy late it is, literally everywhere. So I'm gonna get the last of the super chats, which there were so many. Thank you, dear God, and appreciate it. Thank you all so much for your support. Really, truly,
it has been astonishing, and thank you all so much. You rock.
Yeah, because we were like, I don't know if people are gonna give a fuck, but
let's just do this because we want to do it because it's fun, and the fact that you've all come along for the ride has been actually brilliant. Thank you all so much.
Hammond, okay, we will do the Skaven React one next time as well. There's also a Skaven React to the Total Warhammer 2 trailer, I think.
Oh, brilliant!
Which is basically the same. It's just as dumb and goofy.
I'm looking forward to that already.
I love the idea that the throne is a hook that hooks into the clothes to prevent falling uncomfortable. Yeah, safe, but no better than falling to the. I mean, to me, that almost sounds like you're implying the hook is going in somewhere to hold her in, which, like, you said it, not me.
Hey, Ricky. Cheers.
I think I've seen that design somewhere. Where is Snorri? Snorri, you know, I love Snorri, and I do hope he gets a reference in the game. I don't think he would ever be a full-on playable character. He's a little bit of a different caliber, should we say? And I think there's a danger of approaching a certain bloat. But yeah, Mr. Bourne, breaking. Andy pulls himself over Bugman reveal.
Well, oops.
Someone sent me a clip of that. That was funny. I love when Andy said that. That was genuinely funny. That caught me so off guard. I had no idea what he was trying to say.
It's late. It's almost 5 a.m. at this site.
It killed me though. That was funny as fuck. Aranthiel, a shame you never got to the Dawn of Cathay. I promise we'll do it next week.
Will do those. There is no chance I'm not freaking watching the Cathayan adverts because I want to watch those trailers so much.
Yeah, because that one they leaned heavy into lore stuff, which was very different. And there's some interesting stuff to talk about there. Dylan Schroeder, this was super fun. I'm excited for the stream for Warhammer 3 trailers, especially Cathay. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, you gents. This was fun. I hope that Bugman theory is true. I hope everyone has a good night. Yeah, Bugman would be great. I would love Bugman.
That would be cool.
Show Andy the AI tier list I did. I'll resend it. We will do that for next week in the tier list. I'll look at it. I'll look at it. No promises. I'll look at it. And then the video. Yeah, I'll send it to that. Dylan Garg, shame no trailer reaction. One of the coolest ones, which lore is only touch. Any cool factions you'd like Total War tackle? All of them.
All of them, yeah. There's so much to discuss in that one, Garg. There's quite a few sections that I would really like to see fleshed out. We've discussed this in a few of our other previous streams, so worth checking out those. But very briefly, I would like something from the Nagaroth area because it's empty. I'd like something from the Southlands because it's empty. And all those big areas that have been hinted at are Inns and our Kingdom of In,
Naga, Koresh.
Yeah, totally. There's so many potential things that they could come into. Yes to all of that.
Yeah, any of those would be awesome. All of them, please. Yeah, and then give us someone in the plains of Nagaroth. Look, the Great Plains. Come on, the Great Plains is in our world has so much fucking awesome history and mythology to it. Like, come on, God, it's right there. Anyway, as an American, it chafes at me. All right, so we're gonna get out of here. Thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate it a lot. Y'all joining us for the late night stream.
It has been amazing.
We will be back. I need to put out the announcement image for it, but we'll be back on Sunday for Dwarf for Lore Beards. That should be super fun because it tied with Go Trek and fucking.
It did. So not to put too much of weight on this, but when we put up the list, we're like, oh, it's a super tough list, but it's almost certainly going to be Go Trek and Felix, isn't it? And we all went away and we came back. We're like, yeah, it's Go Trek. Bloody hell, Altdorf's doing well. Altdorf is doing well. So there was no way we weren't going to end up doing Altdorf as well. So this Sunday it's going to be Altdorf, 4 p.m. UK time, and whatever your local time equivalent may be. 10 a.m. for that side. And we're going to be diving deep into not just the Altdorf as we know it today, but also the Altdorf of the past and how it came to be the city that we all know and love. So that's going to be super fun. And also this Friday is going to be, as is every single Friday, LAWhammer, where we'll be, having ourselves a big garden party.
A party that totally isn't going to go up in flames. Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's going to be fun. And of course, if you haven't already bought it, you can go and pre-order Dark Deeds right now at the links we've discussed multiple times through the course of this stream. I'm not going to do it again, but I will say, though, that many of the things that we have seen today were created by the very people who created that game also. So do please check it out.
Yep. And with that, thank you all one last time, and we will see you either at LAWhammer on Friday or Rookery on Saturday or Lorebeards on Sunday or next week here on Wednesday. Jesus. Bye, guys.
See y'all later. Bye-bye.